How we doing there, boys and girls? Welcome, welcome, good morning. How we all doing? Alrighty. How we doing, boys and girls? Welcome in. Carney, Artful Dodger, Eliath, welcome, welcome. Good to see you this morning. Coffee. Hope everybody had a good weekend. It's time to play catch up a little bit. Couple of days off playing World of Warcraft. Well, I say off. Do you ever take a day off playing World of Warcraft? No, not really. Few things, keeping myself busy. Now we're back though. Monday, time to get things up and running again. I got to play catch up. There's a few things we got to talk about today for sure. Obviously a new Wowhead economy report from our good old buddy old pal Samadan, so we need to check that out at some point, which I believe I may have been slightly featured in, talking about the work orders. Let's hope we can start Monday without ranting too heavily. People are now starting to put together some information about, item levels in different bits of content and where you're going to get your gear from and what's optimal and what's not. And it's really starting to spark some discussions. Some people are already claiming that crafting is dead. Crafting is useless. Crafting is dead just because it's not making best in slot. I'm like, really? This obviously sounds like somebody that's never done much crafting. If you can sell something that's an upgrade to somebody else, you're going to sell it. Instant win. But we'll talk about that a little bit more later. Let's turn these tunes down just a touch. Before we get too deep into things this morning, I want to just quickly run through my Project Pet system, my realms, see if we sold anything. You guys probably could do with some in-game sounds. There we go. Let's turn some in. Why have we got sound? Oh, sound alerts is on. Right, good. Nice, nice. Finally a stream. Good morning. Yeah, we've not streamed for a few days. Friday kind of got in the way of things. I was half planning to do a stream at some point over the weekend, just didn't have time. I've got lots of things going on IRL currently, which we can't necessarily talk about on stream just yet, but it will become obvious to you guys before too long. But I've got stuff that's keeping me busy IRL at the moment. But yes, we're back. It's Monday. It's time to get rocking and rolling. Let's hope we can start Monday off with a big juicy pet sale somewhere. We want 100k plus pet sale somewhere. That would be nice. That would get us off to the races. One thing I am kind of quite interested to test as well, considering they've removed the the cheat vendors on the beta again, it does mean that we're a little bit limited to what we can test profession wise outside of just outside of just having the basic leveling realms available. What I do kind of want to test a little bit is seeing just how effective leveling via gathering is, because could be an option. Why did I log on to this character if it's sold absolutely nothing? That's no fun. Save me from boredom? Hey, can't be that bad, surely. We need to find out if Primal Chaos drop to people who test Mythic Plus or Raids. I know. When I say I know, I mean we can now know. If you're doing, let's say plus 15s, you're getting 15 Primal Chaos per run, which obviously is going to add up over time. And you also get one Primal... Fuck, what was the name of them? Jesus. Too many flipping names. Hang on. We had screenshots. Let's rescue this situation with some screenshots. Hang on. Please hold. Let's bring this over here. So, screenshots. Courtesy of Ellismere Gaming. They were streaming. Somebody took a screen capture and threw it in the Discord. This was a plus 16 key, apparently, if I remember correctly. Somebody said, I think this was a plus 16. So, Primal Chaos, obviously you've got to remember that this is not, this is the loot split across all of them. Hang on. hang on, please hold. Let me turn off sound effects from there. This was the loot from a +15. You can see most people in the Mythic Plus in the dungeon. Most people are getting 15 Primal Chaos, which will of course add up over time. 15 Primal Chaos, and it appears like there is a chance for a Spark of Ingenuity, but not everybody was getting one. There also seems to be a chance for this Concentrated Primal Focus. The Concentrated Primal Focus, you take 10 of those, and that you take 10 Concentrated Primal Focus and 150 Primal Chaos, and it converts a Concentrated Primal Infusion. They're really going to have to change these names, I think, because they're mad level confusing. But basically, 150 Primal Chaos, 10 Concentrated Primal Focus will make a mythic quality optional reagent for crafting. Oh my lord, this is going to confuse some people. They really need to think of a better naming structure for this. But put it this way, if you're doing +15s on the regular, you can expect to be able to craft a piece of mythic gear once every 10 or so runs. Which I think is, you know, if you're constantly churning away at +15s, that sort of makes sense, right? That seems about fair-ish. Now there's a huge discussion that's been sparked over the last few days about gearing again, which I did take a little bit of a look at, and the more I read comments, the more I wanted to punch somebody in the face, so I stopped. Maybe we'll take another little bit of a look at that in a minute. But this constant debate of whether Mythic Plus and raiding should award the same gear up to the same level is slightly frustrating. Because they're clearly two very different avenues of gameplay. People are comparing Mythic Plus dungeons to that of Mythic raiding in the same vein, and they're just clearly not, which, when you're not comparing apples on apples, it's to be expected that one of them has better gear than the other. I don't know how people don't see that, but anyway, I'm getting off topic real quick. But either way, the point is, if you're doing Mythic Plus dungeons at a reasonably high key level, you should be able to craft yourself a piece of crafted Mythic quality gear once every 10 runs or so. Assuming that you're not spending your Primal Chaos on anything else, that is. Your Primal Chaos has many uses. If you are a Mythic Plus runner, or if you are a Mythic raider, you are going to need Primal Chaos, I would imagine, to put towards potions and cauldrons and things of that nature as well. Might actually mean that Primal Chaos ends up being the bottleneck all the same. They can make Mythic Plus give the same gear, but it will need to be way harder. It doesn't matter. The difficulty is irrelevant. Now, this is just one man's opinion on this. This is one man's opinion. But you can never compare Mythic Plus to Mythic raiding, because they're not the same. There's no way to simulate. You can't create a variable that is the same in both of them to eliminate it to help work out which one, you know. It's really simple. Mythic Plus requires 4 equally skilled, equally geared people. That's you to be able to do it. It requires 4 equally skilled, equally geared. Mythic raiding requires 19 additional equally skilled, equally geared, available people. You just physically cannot compare the two. 4 people versus 19. It is inherently more difficult to get 19 people to do the same thing at the same time, all with the same level of skill, all with the same level of gear, as it is to find just 4. Mythic Plus will always have a lower barrier to entry. Flat out. It will always have a lower barrier to entry. So many people in the Mythic Plus scene complain about Mythic raiding having better gear, yet they for some reason, refuse to, if that gear is so easy to get, to actually go and get it, which is really frustrating to see. Now, I can hopefully sit back and be a little bit of a unbiased viewpoint on this, because I don't do Mythic Plus and I don't raid. I'm not biased towards one or the other. I couldn't care less which one has better gear in, because I don't do either. But it's very, very clear to me to see that it makes monstrous amounts of sense for Mythic raiding to award better gear. You need less people to run a Mythic dungeon, and it's farmable. No shit, it drops lesser quality gear. No shit. You know, Mythic raiding, you need 19 equally skilled, equally geared people, and you only get to kill the boss once a week. So you get 8 opportunities for gear in a 7-day period until it resets again. 8 opportunities of gear a week. Whereas Mythic Plus, you could run it 20 hours a day if you were a degen. So this whole argument of that Mythic Plus and Mythic raiding should award the same gear is just absolutely bonkers, in my opinion. It's an argument that just doesn't hold any weight. As soon as you apply 3 seconds of logic to it, it just completely falls apart. If you want the best, you need to be and do the best. Yeah, this is it. So many people are complaining based upon self-imposed goals, right? They want the goal of having the best gear in the game, but they also set the limitation on themselves that, well, I'm only going to do Mythic Plus. Well, in that case, then, you have to make a decision. The decision is on you. Do you only do Mythic Plus, and do you have your Mythic Plus BIS gear, best in slot gear? Or if you actually do want the best of the best gear and you want to out DPS and outperform everyone, guess what? You're going to have to play more aspects than just the one that you've chosen. It's a self-imposed limitation. And it annoys me. And I should point out here that I'm already 10 minutes into the stream on a Monday going on a rant. But the problem is not the players. It's the fact that Blizzard facilitates this mentality. Blizzard panders to these players by, for some reason, trying to make these 2 forms of content balanced, even though it is very clear that they're not the same content. So Blizzard needs to pick a choice. Blizzard themselves need to pick. I've said this for a long time, that the longer Blizzard sit on the fence, the more they piss everybody off, right? Like, if Blizzard sit in the middle and Blizzard try and please everybody, they're gonna straight up just piss everybody off, right? You need to pick a direction. Either come out there and say, you know what? Mythic raiding's harder than Mythic Plus. Mythic raiding's going to give you better gear. Boom. Shut the fuck up. That's literally it, right? Mythic Plus shouldn't be too far behind raids, but raids can have slightly better rewards. Yeah, they're different pieces of content. Just straight up, they're different pieces of content. They have different requirements, different limitations. You can't balance shit like that. Blizzard could just delete the raid cooldown and let all the people raid as much as they want. I mean, they could. I wouldn't go as far as to say that's a good idea, though. The easier thing to do would be, very simply, to just tell everybody that plays Mythic Plus that, look, your chosen method of gameplay has a lower barrier to entry, meaning you are going to get lower quality gear, and be done with it. You know, the more time that Blizzard spends trying to please everybody, the longer they just piss everybody off for, which is a frustration to me. A big frustration, but I've never even done a Mythic dungeon at +0. I've done Mythics and done Mythic Pluses in the past. The issue I tend to have with it more than anything else is it's just repetitive, it's grindy. It's just not for me. This is why I don't I try, it doesn't always happen, but I try not to do the dungeons on test zones, right? If a new dungeon comes up on a PTR or comes up on a beta or an alpha, I try to leave it be because I like the experience of going through the dungeon and conquering that dungeon to be a form of progression for me personally. I break apart the rest of the Outer World game into as little chunks and, try and digest it as much as possible, but dungeons are my personal sacred progression path. But then doing the same dungeon on an ever-increasing difficulty doesn't appeal to me, so... Can't believe a goalmaker just said they don't like something repetitive and grindy. It's why I don't gather. It's why I don't like farming. I mean, there's more than that one reason that it's repetitive and grindy, but there's it stems from the fact that it's I can't flying round a zone just picking up herbs all the time doesn't do it for me. Gear in Mythic Plus are still great. 3 item levels below end bosses. Anybody complaining about Mythic Plus gear doesn't do high enough content for that item level to matter anyway. A lot of it's self-imposed, right? Like I said, a lot of it is self-imposed limitations. They want the best gear, but for some reason they feel entitled to gear from content that they're not willing to do. So it's a you problem. People who are complaining, it's just very simply a you problem. Crafting isn't repetitive. It's sure crafting's repetitive, but it comes with its different dope. Wherever you get your dopamine kick, I'm not like I said, I'm not banging on any person that enjoys the game for the reasons they enjoy the game. I'm clearly stating that things such as clearing the same dungeon with a boss that just has slightly more health next time you go into it is not enjoyable for me. Maybe the word repetitive is not the correct word to use. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not splitting hairs this early in the morning. As a Mythic Raider, most of my gear ends up coming from Mythic Plus early on just because it's more accessible. That makes a lot of sense. It should be a progression system, right? That makes a lot of sense. You go through, you level your character, you go through world quests, maybe you start with normal dungeons, then heroic dungeons, then you step up into the raid at some point, maybe, but in terms of the fact that you can only kill each raid boss once a week, maybe you weren't lucky, maybe you then go back into Mythic Plus to farm out some gear, to mean that when the raid does reset, you can go back in with a higher item level, do more damage, kill more bosses, rinse and repeat. It's all a progression system. You've got to have stepping stones up to the top. But in that scenario, something has to be at the top. Blizzard's desire to have, multiple gear progression systems for endgame, I just don't think is a sensible approach. The game is not called World of Mythic Plus or World of Mythic Raiding. It's World of Warcraft. We all play the same game. As long as the progression path eventually allows you to get to the top, and if you want the top gear, you should have to venture your way all through that progression path, I feel. Choose it, like these people who put self-imposed limitations on, I don't do Mythic Raiding, or I don't do Mythic Plus, but I still want to achieve the same as people who do it. You're just entitled and shut up, is the honest answer. Okay, we've been on this for way too long. Way too long. Even before caffeine is flowing through my veins, so... Let's check some mailboxes. Let's see if we've actually sold anything. That all stemmed from the fact that we do now know that through Mythic Plus, if you are doing a seemingly reasonable difficulty, sort of plus 15s, you are quite likely to come across the materials that you need on a semi-regular basis to put together mythic crafted gear without too much difficulty, I imagine. It's going to be a bit of a problem when, for those people who like to just boost a 15 once a week, get boosted in a plus 15 for their vault, they ain't never touching the crafted gear side of things because they will just never come across enough of these materials. I think this is why they've broken it down a little bit, right? You need to do probably simple maths indicates that you probably need to do 10 plus 15s to be able to create a single piece of mythic crafted gear. So people who just get boosted for vault bonuses are not really going to engage in the crafting system much, unfortunately. But people who do, and I think it makes sense, right? People who do actually engage in the content in the way it was designed are the ones that are going to reap the rewards from it, which is nice. Which is nice for sure. But right, let's see if we let's get these things relisted real quickly. Get this stuff back up on the auction house. Oh, I did a little experiment yesterday. Not an experiment that I think went very well, but an experiment that I wanted to test considering we have the region-wide auction house now. Or for commodities at least. The region-wide auction house does mean that some professions, namely inscription, enchanting, alchemy, most of jewel crafting, some of those professions that create very heavily towards commodity items are now playing out very differently than they used to. And I was intrigued yesterday. I was intrigued. Just what is the demand for low-level stuff with these commodity items? And is there markets that you can carve out for yourself? And there quite clearly is. Now, it's not super lucrative at the moment, but I didn't expect it to be because of the time of the expansion. But you could quite clearly focus on crafting low-level enchants, for example. And you're not going to make millions, but it's competitive with, you know, the basic stuff, right? You could still carve out yourself a little bit of a market just focusing on selling low-level enchants if you really wanted to. Because they still sell. This is the batshit crazy thing about it. They still sell. Let me show you my enchanter character. Now, I want to clarify that it is not on the level of selling mythic raid gear, or it's not, you know. But compared to running callings or running the mission table or something, it's there. It's competitive. So for reference, what I did is I loaded up my TSM profile for old expansion stuff, which has every single crafted item in a group with operations against it. And it just has a simple crafting operation that looks at the quantity sold, I think per day. I can't remember exactly how I set it up. But as long as it's something that sells a reasonable amount, it will craft, and it will craft a quantity based upon how much it sells. And of course, it will only craft things that are actually deemed profitable at the time. But it all of a sudden populated me a really big old long list of enchants. And I was like, do these really sell? So I was like, well, fuck it. It's not going to cost much gold. Let's test this. Crafted a whole bunch of it. And then just as I was crafting it, was listing it and selling it on the auction house. And I was remarkably surprised how many low-level enchants I was able to just bang out yesterday. What have we still got on the auction house? We've still got a bunch of stuff still sat here on the auction house. Now, I'm going to go and open the mailbox, and this is not going to blow you away with ludicrous millions of gold. But it's something, and it's something that can be worked on, right? This just shows this was probably no more than half an hour to an hour of me crafting and listing. Now, I know 2k gold. It's not going to break the bank, but it does indicate something very interesting to me, being that there is still sales of this stuff that goes on. If you were to, you know, optimize this even in the slightest, you could carve out a market for you quite easily. Very, very easily. And I would imagine that other commodity markets are probably similar. One thing that always interests me about crafting is that you should assume that everything will sell until proven otherwise. It's so easy to look at something and go, nobody will want that. And so you don't craft it, and then you don't try and sell it, and then you'll get surprised when it does sell. Because, trust me, people will buy any old shit if they think that it's of value to them. Great, there's now 70 people that's going to be buying up on the old world enchant mats now. Well, luckily my audience is not monstrous, so it won't have too much of an effect, but... New players returning, players leveling new characters most likely. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I try to go by the theory of that anything will sell to the right person, and that right person doesn't always need to be, using their brain. I might look at it and go, that's a ridiculous waste of money. That's a totally terrible purchase, but to them it might be, might be fine. The only thing I might buy up from this stream is maybe some game time again. I'm quite looking forward to the token dipping in value at the start of Dragonflight. I'm paying for my game time month on month at the moment. I need to not be doing that because it's expensive. I need to wait till the token dips at the start of Dragonflight and then just buy 2 years of game time. Call it a day. But yeah, it was quite surprising to see just how much of this stuff does in theory actually still sell. Which kind of threw me a little bit because I was not expecting it. But this is the power of the region-wide auction house, and this is something that I think people haven't really come to grips with yet. And I don't think people will do properly until Dragonflight launches. The fact that people are kind of used to how their server works, the amount of people on their server, the speed in which things sell on their realm. They're kind of they're used to what they know. But the region-wide auction house is just a monster that can be tapped into. And the thing is you don't need to be carving out huge, great markets when you're dealing with the entire region player base, which, as much as people meme on this game, is still a buttload of people. Absolute buttload of people still play this game. At all different levels as well. The vocal minority is, your min-max endgame players for the most part. People who are going to be dedicated to the game enough to start exploring YouTube videos and start looking through forums and keeping up to date with patches and stuff. They're the hardcore players, whether they consider themselves casual or not. They're the hardcore ones, and they're the minority. The people you actively see engaging in live streams and watching videos and reading the forums, that's probably only 10% of the player base. There's another 90% of this player base that is the silent majority. The people who just play the game because to them it's a fun, enjoyable game to play in their downtime, in their free time. They're the players that will end up doing weird and wacky things that most people just wouldn't understand. Do you realise you're just going to end up buying stuff from the Blizzard store, right, with that much Battle.net balance? Well, I will, when the token dips in value at the start of Dragonflight, I'll just buy as many tokens as I need to cap out like 2 years of game time. Cap out my Battle.net balance, and then that should hopefully mean that I won't need to buy a token again for the rest of the expansion, if all goes to plan. But yeah, what I was doing yesterday, very simply, we go TSM groups, we go old professions, and we go enchanting. Nothing Shadowlands here. Literally nothing Shadowlands, but restocking all the old stuff. There's probably not much that's going to land on this list now. Oh, here we go. There's a bunch of stuff all the same. Bunch of stuff lands on the list. We're not crafting the enchanted dust. That can go away. We're maybe not necessarily... I don't think we're going to craft 800 of those, unfortunately. You can go away. There's a few anomalies on here that could probably do with being shaved out of the groups, but I don't think we're going to make the prismatic sphere anyway. All of this stuff is theoretically profitable. So now you've got a big queue of 500 stuff. It's 20 minutes worth of crafting. It's only going to cost you about 7,000 gold right now. And you double your money on it. It's not a lot, right? But it's an alternative to vendor shuffling. Although vendor shuffling is, of course, a little bit more guaranteed. It's an alternative to your callings. And some of this stuff you could probably shave out a bit of a market for all the same. And it's a quantity game, right? This is the thing. You're focusing on turnover. Just selling as much as you possibly can, as quickly as you can. Is there any vendor shuffles right now? Oh, for sure. There's absolutely vendor shuffles right now. If you use my cheat sheet, the cheat sheet will give you an idea. There's always a vendor shuffle on the go. It's more about keeping your eyes on the materials and knowing what the break points are in terms of prices. So yeah, I was quite simply just like chilling, just crafting up a bunch of this stuff passively and loading it up on the auction house, and it was surprising just how much of it was actually selling. Because even somebody with my experience crafting and selling on multiple different realms was still slightly taken aback by just how much of it was selling and how quickly it was selling. The problem is you're not selling things for like silly money, right? But this is where you could probably start carving out some markets for yourself. If you can start figuring out something that's selling like a substantial amount, you could then maybe start looking at doing goblinry stuff, like making sure, buying up a bunch of the materials ahead of time, min-maxing your profits, that sort of thing. What kind of crafting operation are you using on those? This operation settings is part of my Patreon profile, so I don't particularly want to make it too public, but to indicate exactly what it's doing, it's looking at the sale rate on the item and making sure that there's at least a certain sale rate. If it qualifies based on sale rate, it's looking at how much profit can be made based upon its selling price and ensuring that there's at least 20% profit to be had on everything that you craft. But all of this can be programmed into a TSM crafting operation. But yeah, that's the principles behind it. It needs to first note whether something actually sells. I can't remember exactly what I've got it set to. I think it's got to have a 0.02 sale rate and above. If it does, then it looks at profitability on it as well. I don't care how profitable something looks. If TSM can indicate to me that it just doesn't sell, then I don't care. So, the first thing to do is filter out all of the shit that just is a bit of a distraction. You can have stuff that has monstrously high profit margins, but you don't get profit until you sell it. So I want to first make sure that the thing actually sells. And then once I've made sure it actually sells, then I start looking at making sure that the thing I craft has profit margin on it. Now, the difficulty being is that profit margins, claiming for like a 20% profit margin, does still mean that you craft something that costs 1 gold to craft, and it will tell you to craft it if you can sell it for 2 gold. Now, the logic there is that you still probably shouldn't do it, because it's just going to take you more time than it's worth. But, nothing's perfect, right? Use similar in my crafting operations, especially when it comes to transmog. I don't want to be crafting junk under 0.02 or even 0.03. Well, yeah, see, this is it. Transmog is the big one. Transmog's the big one where, there's lots of bits of past expansion crafted gear that like, oh yeah, this is 70,000 gold profit and it only costs you 5,000 gold to make it. But nobody's bought one in the last 60 days, so does it really have that much profit if nobody in the entire region has bought one? I'd argue it doesn't. So You got to try and do something to filter that sort of rubbish out to begin with. So there's lots of stuff here, for example, that should be shaved out of this. Any enchant that sells for less than like 10 gold, you probably shouldn't bother with. But like I said, this was not an optimized system. This was just a, you know, a quick sanity test more than anything else. It's interesting you mentioned transmog as well. I've really wanted for a while, and I've not quite worked out exactly how I want to do it. But I know there are so many people out there that want to believe and will believe, and regardless of what anybody tells them, that they will believe that the transmog market is super duper lucrative. That farming transmog is an incredibly good way to make gold. Now, I feel that whilst I can have my own opinions on that, I think what I should at least be doing is trying to give these sorts of players, you know, a helping hand in a direction that they can go in. Because I see so many people not only believing that farming transmog is a super lucrative way of making gold, but then doing it really wrong, like so wrong. You know, they look at that one guide on YouTube that tells them that they should farm this dungeon, and then not realizing that every man and their dog is farming that one dungeon. And so the good transmog from that dungeon, there's just 50 of it already on the auction house. And it's just like, you're doing it so wrong, I can't even begin to explain. But I've not worked out how to softly approach the topic that's not just, you know, you're doing it wrong. There we go. What the hell is this doing selling? I mean, it sold and it was only 5 gold, but why? Honestly, why? Permanently enchant a pair of boots to increase haste by 4. Cannot be applied to items higher than level 50. But look at the sale rate on this shit. This is what is just mind-blowing, right? This is what you have to start paying attention to when it's the region-wide auction house. It's got a sale rate of 0.13. Do you know how ludicrous that is for a past expansion craft? Actually batshit crazy. 0.13 on a past expansion craft is madness. There's current content stuff that doesn't have a sell rate that high. Now, the region average daily sold is 25, which equally isn't a lot, but that's still 1 an hour. That's still 1 an hour. It cost me 63 gold to craft this thing, less than 1 gold to craft it, which means, give or take, anything that I sell it for is practically pure profit. What happens if you start doing some shenanigans on this? What happens if you start doing some shenanigans so that you take these and you reset the market price on those? Is there a value to doing that? Could you still maintain this sale rate if you were to not sell it for 5 gold, but to sell it for 105 gold? I'm sure you probably could. And then all of a sudden, you sell 25 at 105 gold a piece. That's 2,500 gold from one dumb level enchant. That's the same as doing... That's more than you get from doing callings. From one dumb level enchant. Per day. It's a leveling enchant for speed leveling. Are you setting up on a new server, or why are you crafting low tier enchants like this? It was just a, it was a test. It was a test. I just wanted to see what the situation is. I like to back up my thoughts with data. And I was like, right, until I try and craft some of this and try and sell some of this, I don't actually know if these sale rates are legit. I don't even know if these, if these numbers are, like, sensible. I was like, well, fuck it. We'll just do it, find out. And it appears there's a wild amount of, uptake on low-level stuff still. And the region-wide auction house is the catalyst for all of this. But yeah, for example, if we look at this, then what is it? Greater haste. What was it? Boots, greater haste, these ones. You see, you could easy Easy money. Easy money. Take these. In theory. Now, this isn't the most sensible idea, but you could take all of these, take 185 of these. You only need to sell, 8 of them at 200 gold a piece, and you've paid for all of them. If you can sell 8 of these for 200 gold a piece, you've covered the cost of all of this. And you can just delete the rest of them. It doesn't matter. Just put them in the bin. Genuinely, it doesn't even matter. It just straight up doesn't matter. And I'm sure there's 20 different possibilities. Look, what is all of this selling for? Like, honestly. What do we got here? Glorious stats. Chests, glorious stats. Same again. Same again. I sold 23 of these yesterday. I sold 23 yesterday. So if I sold 23 yesterday, I could buy everything. I only need to sell 10% of it at a significantly higher price. This is annoying because somebody's put a bunch of them in there. But there's so many opportunities. So many opportunities. And it's not going to, like I said, none of this is going to make you a millionaire. But it's low risk flipping. Low risk in terms of you're not risking huge amounts of your gold to begin with. And it will teach people things, right? It will teach people how to, when things like this work, when things like this don't work, what the opportunities are. And eventually you'll level up and you'll start flipping mythic raid BOEs. And you'll be taking bigger risks and making bigger rewards. But it's just wild to see just how much of it was actually still selling. Now, what I did also find out by doing this is that TSM is in a real shit state right now. I can tell you for a fact that TSM is a mess. The guys at TSM really need to do something to maintain what's going on here because it's a mess. It's an absolute shit show, and I feel bad because I very heavily promote the use of Trade School Master, but as it stands right now, it's just in a terrible state. Everything is so slow, like disgustingly slow, and it feels like it's slow for reasons why it shouldn't be. And so let me try and showcase this, right? So now we've got a list of things that we want to craft in theory, right? We go gathering. We open up our task list for gathering. Simple process that people who've used TSM will know and have done for a long time. So now we've got the buy from auction house list, right? If we go to buy from auction house, this doesn't look like a very big list of things, right? Doesn't look like a big list of things at all. But if we actually then are like, right, okay then, do me a scan for these items. This is such an unoptimized way of doing this. It's not even funny. There is no reason why doing a gathering search right now needs to do what I would call a full search on every item. A full search on every item is totally pointless. Absolutely 100% totally pointless. And that's why it's slow. Because it's not just trying to get the cheapest current listing price for it. It's also getting who's selling every single listing, how many are they. It's getting all of the information, right? Meaning that when you click on something like this, you can go, right, strange dust, boom. It's pulling all of, I don't need all of this information. For a simple search, you don't need all of this. And the more ridiculous thing is that it's giving you all of this information, extra data here, which is slowing down the search, exponentially slowing down the search. And the silly thing is, right, is it does it all again when you go and try and buy it, because it has to refresh it when you go and try and buy something. So it already knows that doing that full search was pointless anyway. It already knows it's going to be out of date. So why do it in the first place? If I go buy Dream Shards now, I click on Dream Shards. Now it's got to scan it again. You can't actually see it behind my camera. It tries to scan it again. Right, now it says, boom, okay, now buy 24 of them. I click buy out. I click buy out commodity. It takes it off the list. But now it's scanning this again. It's so slow, painfully slow. And sure, it does its job, but I could feasibly do this faster without the use of Tradescore Master, which is a problem, right? Because this is meant to be, it was initially designed as a tool that was to speed up your process in doing stuff. So there's yeah. there's an issue that it's just unnecessarily slow. They need to do some work on it. That is clear. And the problem is I don't think they have anywhere near enough time to make anywhere near enough changes to it, unfortunately. You only need the lowest price for an item. You can query for 100 items at a time, but TSM does a full detail search. Yeah, it doesn't need to be doing full detail searches. It really doesn't. I need to know nothing more than, is it available and what's the current minimum price? Because that will then indicate to me whether I'm actually going to buy it now or whether I'm just going to poof, get rid of it. PBS demonstrates how it can be much more efficient. Oh, yeah, I've even suggested this. I don't know what the situation is behind the scenes at TSM, obviously, but I've suggested that, has anybody actually looked at how Point Blank Sniper's doing its thing? Because it is 10 times more efficient. And the problem is I dare I say it, I'm not entirely sure how many of the TSM devs, truly still play the game enough to see the alternatives out there. I'm not sure if any of them have really in detail looked at what Point Blank Sniper does. But Point Blank Sniper is, it's very, very optimized for speed. And it's clear that because Tradescore Master's being left in the dust. Should I buy Shrouded Cloth cheaper than 0.67? I don't know exactly what the breakpoints are for the shuffles, but the TLDR is you just want to buy it as cheap as possible. Finding where the breakpoint is handy, but obviously you want to be buying it way below the break-even point, otherwise you're just working for free. Point Blank Sniper's not seeing any feature updates at the moment, though. I'm working on adding some things to it that I'm missing. Yeah, I don't know the full ins and outs of what's going, because Point Blank Sniper was actually taken down for a small while. The add-on, the creator of the add-on seems to be very much in two minds about whether he wants it to be public or not. Because clearly it makes a lot of sense that the person who made the add-on presumably made it for their own benefit. And it's remarkably powerful at what it does. But there is the downside of the more people use it, the less opportunities there are for everybody. But Point Blank Sniper does seem to be back up and live again. So I don't really know. I don't keep too much. I keep an eye on what these add-ons are doing, but I don't pay all of the attentions. But like here, for example, it's slowly searching for every single item and giving me a full detailed search for every single item, which is so slow. And it's unnecessary information that I just do not need. The likelihood is if it goes above a certain market threshold, then this is the only information I need, right? Am I going to be willing to pay significantly over the odds for these materials? The answer is probably not. But Greater Cosmic Essence, on the other hand, I'll happily buy them if they're significantly cheaper than normal. All of these are significantly under the price. Cool, yoink, I'll have them. No problem. What profession do you think will earn bank in Dragonflight? All of them. All of them. There's you have to do something seriously wrong to not make gold with any of the professions at the start of an expansion. Everything is new. Everybody's leveling up. Everybody wants everything. It's nearly impossible. This is why this is why I'm trying to just communicate to as many people as possible, really, that it doesn't matter. Stop looking. I mean, sure, I'll probably make some tier list video for some YouTube traction at some point, but the reality is it doesn't really matter. Any of the professions will have loads of opportunities to make gold with them. And I tend to think that unless you're playing like 4 or 5 different characters, just pick the professions you enjoy and just focus on those. Because you focusing on those professions is better than everybody focusing on the same one. Because if everybody focuses on the same one that's the meta profession, then all that really happens is that you just kill it instantly. So, did you say profession tier list? I mean, we have to do it at some point, right? Surely. I got to play that YouTube game sometimes. Do you want to do the 60k gold farm that everybody is doing, or the 100k gold farm that you found for yourself? That's a good way of putting it. But yeah, you've really got to be doing something wrong to not make gold at the beginning. If you want low risk, it's more about which professions are riskier than others. Crafting is always inherently more risky because you presumably need to buy materials in the first place. You're risking something to gain a reward. That reward is usually bigger though. If you want something that's practically zero risk, go fishing. The only thing you're risking at that point is your own time. But the amount of gold you'll make will be substantially more than it is today. Inscriptions, Dark Moon cards are going to be risky. I think the risk factor on those is quite high. I do think the risk factor on those is quite high. Especially considering the current state of materials. Your need to buy all of the awakens for everything is going to be so high that if too many people try and dominate the inscription market, all it's going to do is ramp up the per card cost for everybody. And there's a strong risk with the region-wide auction house. There's a really strong risk that we'll see a huge amount of people trying to get in on the Dark Moon market really quickly. And those huge people are going to do nothing more than bump up the price of the per card crafting cost to a point that it just won't support the demand for them. And then it will crash like so fast. So it's going to be fun to see. Because I'll probably play in that little market a little bit just for fun. It's less of a risk for me personally than it is for some others. But it's going to be interesting to see what goes on. Just hope botting isn't rampant. It always will be. But the one thing that they have quite carefully managed to achieve this time, and it's because of dragon riding, is that while it won't be impossible, it's significantly more difficult for a bot to master dragon riding than it is regular A to B flying. Meaning that bots will probably exist, but they'll be on foot. They probably won't conquer the skies very quickly. Now I'm sure the guys out there will figure it out, but I mean, I hope they don't, but I'm sure they will. The reality is that they will obviously attempt to, but it does put it keeps the advantage in, in real players, at least to a degree. I need enchanting vellums. At least to a degree, real people have a benefit until the bots play catch up, which they inevitably will, but what you annoyingly might find more than anything else is, rather than bots just flying around trying to gather everything, you'll end up with bots that will just, they'll focus on... How many did I buy then? Not enough. The bots will end up, just in very small circles, just trying to force a hyper spawn or something in secluded areas where their effect will still be useful. Do you feel like having each profession in the first week is still going to be a viable option now? Seems like there's a lot of benefit to focusing on one specific character and trying to max out some recipes. Yeah, the alt situation is not great. The alt situation is not great. Now, I would have considered it manageable, but with last week's beta build, with them 2.5xing, over doubling, 2.5 times reputation increase. So we went from 1,000 rep per renown level to 2,500 rep per renown level. Has practically meant that being constructive on an alt is almost impossible. We already know that for getting access to as much reputation as possible to unlock recipes on alts, you're already going to have to complete practically every quest in every zone, because you are going to want to be farming as much reputation as you possibly can. And the logic is that any reputation you're farming on alts is time that you're not farming reputation on your main. So... yeah, I think that the sensible thing for most people to do is pick 2 professions that's on their main character and go ham. Do everything you possibly can on that character and work on unlocking those reputations as fast as you can. Because being first to market is probably going to be significantly more lucrative than having a little bit of everything in many professions. First to market is where the big gold is going to be made. You'll probably find that if the work order system comes out in a fashion like most people expect it to, you'll probably find that the first people that unlock certain patterns will have a list of work orders already in place for them to cherry pick the best ones. Because people will be putting in work orders for stuff way before people actually have the ability to craft it. Because it will take people time to unlock the recipes, it will take people time to gather the materials, it will take people time to learn the knowledge for their profession, whatever the case may be. But you will find there'll be this glut, and this is what will annoy people. I can almost guarantee it, right? The biggest annoyance will be is that the work order system will present a list of everything that's possible with no indication whatsoever of how long it's going to be before crafters will be able to make it. People will be putting in work orders for mythic crafted gear like super quickly, and there'll be nobody out there that will be able to make it. There's going to be so many pain points for this system, which is why I'm concerned that they're putting so much emphasis on it. But either way, it practically means that gaining, that, let me put it this way, the good stuff, The good stuff is almost always locked behind a reputation. And grinding those reps is going to be painful. It's going to be painful on a main character, never mind on an alt. So my approach is going to be simple. My approach is going to be that of, focus on main character, do everything you possibly can on a main character, min-max the crap out of 2 professions, and if you have any spare time in your day, then maybe look at, doing the bare bones on an alt, maybe getting the alt, maybe doing the daily quest, weekly quest for knowledge points on your alts or whatever, but do not expect your alts to be, super duper competitive. I think it's going to be an interesting time. I'm looking forward to it because I'm going into Dragonflight with no expectations of making any gold. I just want to have fun. If I make some gold, for me, it's a bonus. But I know a lot of people will want to play with the professions for the purpose of making gold, and that's where we might have some problems. We might have some problems because, truth be told, I don't think top-end crafting is going to be that lucrative. But I might be wrong. I would be happy to be wrong. Being wrong means everybody makes more gold. But I'm worried because I don't really see it. Right, let's craft some of these. Will there be an advantage to get then for EU boys leveling fast on the Tuesday before the Wednesday reset? The same thing happened at the beginning of Shadowlands. The first reset in Shadowlands wasn't actually a reset. The servers went down for a while. They did a maintenance patch, but nothing was reset. So the first week was like 9 days long or something. And that was to make it so that people couldn't gain an advantage. I would imagine they'll do the exact same thing. People have already been like, can we level to max, and can we do a full heroic dungeon pass before reset comes around? Can we do a full, people try and game the system that way. But I don't think it will be a thing. Is it viable to have alts be daily transmuters for semi-passive income? I've seen a few professions with daily cooldowns. Yeah, probably. The issue you might then have, though, is there's more to it than just unlocking a recipe and pressing a button. You'll still be significantly further behind people that main that class, that profession, right? Because let's just say, I don't know, let's pick some sort of alchemy transmute, for example. Being able to press the button to transmute something in alchemy is only step number 1. Step number 2 is to make sure that you have enough profession knowledge also spent in alchemy to give you bonus multi-craft, to give you bonus resourcefulness, to give you bonus inspiration so that when you press the button, you craft things at higher quality. Alts are not going to be very good at that. You'll be able to probably make something in a very low quality fashion for a remarkably higher than average price. And by that point, is it really worth it? Probably not, because you're not saving yourself anything, you're actually costing yourself something. That's when buying those materials off the auction house becomes the best option. There's a lot more to the crafting system that people aren't really taking into consideration. And it's understandable because it's never been in the game before. It's new, right? But just being able to press a button to make something is not... like I said, that's step 1 of the process. This is why my suggestion for most is pick 2 professions that you enjoy and focus on them. It doesn't matter what they are, just pick 2 professions and focus on them. Alts, sure, play around and do what you want with alts, but an alt is an alt, right? There's just something else to keep you busy with. So the reality actually is daily alt transmuters for passive income, I don't think is really much of a viable option. To actually try and answer your question properly, the viability of it, I don't think is very good, because you'll have significantly higher crafting costs than other people, and you'll be making lower quality materials. So yeah, probably not. Do you think gathering's still viable for goal making? Gathering is the majority of what people will be doing for goal making. I don't think there's many people that will focus on professions, you know. I think those that do, and this is why my advice is focus on 2 professions. Because I think after the first couple of weeks, most people will look at the crafting system and be like, yeah, no thanks. No thanks, not bothered, not interested, not for me. Which will then leave the market for those that are focusing on it. I know that I'm going to go into Dragonflight and I'm going to really enjoy the profession stuff, but that's because it's my jam, right? It's what I enjoy doing in the game. I know that before I go into it. Everybody that isn't playing around with professions nowadays probably won't be playing around with professions in Dragonflight. They'll test out the professions, they'll have a little, you know, they'll poke their nose in them, they'll have a little play about, simply because the fact it's been refreshed and it's new and it's Blizzard are selling it as something shiny. They'll test out the shiny thing, but I don't think many people will stick with it, not for very long at all anyway. And just like we don't know what Blizzard is going to do from one patch to another, but I do sort of suspect, I have my suspicions that we might be in for another Shadowlands situation, where those that put a lot of time and effort into it at the beginning of the expansion reaped the rewards of that for the entire expansion. So, for example, those that leveled up legendaries in patch 9.0, when you could profitably sell rank 1s, rank 2s, rank 3s, and rank 4s, the people who leveled up during that period of time were able to continue making just disgusting amounts of gold for the entire expansion. Those that got into it late really struggled because you had this monstrous cost to overcome without being able to reap any of the rewards from it yet. Or you at least weren't able to very easily recuperate anything that you spent on leveling. Dragonflight might suffer a little bit from the same, because it depends what they do with these spec trees, right? It depends. They're gonna have to implement some sort of catch-up feature to the knowledge system, but how they go about doing it could be different. We don't know. Like, are you going to see a long-term advantage by keeping up to speed with your profession knowledge? If you don't touch professions at all in 10.0 because you're too busy doing other things, and you decide that you want to do a little bit of gold making in patch 9.1, are you going to just be aggressively behind everybody else? Probably. You're going to have, like, even if you have access to the same patterns, somebody that's got 300 knowledge points spent in a profession and somebody that spent only 50 knowledge points in a profession, they're going to be so far ahead in terms of, like, minimizing their crafting cost and maximizing the quality compared to the other guy. Even a catch-up system isn't going to work very, very well. And so this is why I tend to think that people should probably those who stick with crafting through 10.0 will do really well for the entire expansion, because they'll always have that advantage. That is banked, you know. Every knowledge point you get on every profession in the early days of Dragonflight is like banked gold, right? You might not make a huge amount of gold from it now, but it will repeatedly pay back itself all the way through the expansion. How do you minimize crafting cost? The more skill you have in any profession, once you reach and start exceeding the difficulty of any given recipe. So let's say a recipe has a difficulty of 100 to craft it. Once your skill starts getting above 100, you then don't need to focus on stats like inspiration to make things at top quality. You now have enough skill to make something at top quality. What you then do is you then start switching around your stats to optimize things like multi-craft and optimize resourcefulness, because you've guaranteed yourself the ability to craft something at the maximum quality by your player's skill in the profession. What you're now trying to do is trying to make sure that it procs bonus ones or procs resource reductions as frequently as possible. So it's a completely different way of thinking about crafting. It's so much more than just one herb and one flask makes one potion. That's so very simple. That's like first grader maths right there. We're not going to be dealing with any of that in Dragonflight. But like I said, one thing from a gameplay perspective is that how are they going to prevent it being that people who aggressively focus on professions in the first patch, how are they going to make it so that they don't maintain that advantage throughout the whole expansion? Very similar to Shadowlands legendaries, right? You could muscle your way into the legendary market later on in the expansion, but you had such a ridiculous advantage if you started early. According to a little bit of napkin maths, I've sold 450,000 gold a day throughout Shadowlands on my main account alone, on your main server. Yeah, there we go. 500,000 gold a day. 500,000 gold a day. Just obviously revenue, but even still. Even making only 10% profit on that is monstrous numbers, right? What's the advantage you'll get by starting early besides just being first? That all of that knowledge and all of that skill, because let's not forget, profession knowledge is time gated. There's only a limited amount of profession knowledge you can acquire per profession each week. So by that understanding, you're going to need some catch-up system, or people will always be behind. Now, the way that they did it in Shadowlands was that they just straight up just basically deleted everything that was in the previous patch. The Crafter's Marks. Crafter's Marks in Shadowlands was the soft reset that we had each patch. So, they add a new Crafter's Mark. They put some barrier to entry to that Crafter's Mark, and it means that everybody has the same... everybody all of a sudden it's a soft reset that everybody has the same opportunity to go get that new Crafter's Mark. And there wasn't always the need for the previous Crafter's Mark to be unlocked for you to get the new one, sort of thing. That was the way that they, implemented a soft catch-up system for crafting. It didn't particularly work very well with Shadowlands legendaries. Yeah, Shadowlands Legendaries was not a good system, but I think the Crafter's Mark was successful. I hope they keep with that. They'll probably do something very similar. We've already seen the crafting matrices for the 10.0 patch. They'll probably, I would imagine, just I don't know, because it's going to get really, really, really top heavy with optional reagents, but they can probably do something similar going forward in Dragonflight. Right, I'm getting to the point now where I can't be bothered recrafting any more of these. I think I've proved my point. I think it's about time to check the Wowhead report for the week. Do you get metal from cooking? In theory, you should get artisan's metal for the first time you craft anything. But I can't remember if from cooking specifically you do or don't. Cooking might be one that they don't have first craft bonuses on because it's a secondary profession and everybody has it. But I can't quite remember. This is another slight downside to Trade Skill Master at the moment. If you try posting commodities with Trade Skill Master, once again, hella slow. Like, outrageously slow. I do worry that there might just not be hardly any use to use Trade Skill Master. It might just be an add-on that would just nobody uses in 10.0. And this is kind of why I put forward to the Trade Skill Master guys that they should lean in on what they're good at. They should lean in and focus on the fact that they have so much data, it's not even funny. They have more data on every single item and every single material in the game than even Blizzard do. And that's where they should lean in their focus. But, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit confused and unsure with the Dragonflight professions, and if there are two feelings I don't like, it's confused and unsure. Well, I'm trying to time this correctly, but in the not too distant future, I'm going to start doing, you know, more detailed guides and videos and stuff on all of the crafting things. I think it's about time to start, you know, telling people in a little bit more detail what some of these materials are, what some of the the new crafting stats are in a bit more detail. Sort of, you know, really dumbing it down, really simplifying the process. Because I've seen this kind of system before in other video games, so I kind of had an advantage from day one. Not to mention, I also live on the beta for the most part and had alpha access, so I saw this develop. But I can't even begin to think just how many people are gonna, you know, load into Dragonflight. They'll start leveling. They'll hear that the professions have had a revamp. They'll look at the professions and they'll just be like, what? They'll go cross-eyed and just be like, what is this? Because compared to what we've had in World of Warcraft before, it's completely different. The foundation stuff is the same, but there's so many more levels to it that has been built on top, which is clearly going to confuse a lot of people. Most people have looked at professions for years and years and years and have just been like, oh yeah, that's something that I, you know, spend 20,000 gold on leveling at the start of an expansion and then I never think about it again. And, you know, whilst that is still arguably a thing. Look, what's going on? Why are so many enchants selling? This doesn't make any sense. I'm going to have to do something more with this. I can't have this many things selling for this lower price. Goblins have got to do some goblin things on this. There's no reason people should be selling enchants for 2 gold apiece. And if they're actually selling. No Chancerinos. No Chancerinos. These should be at least... No, there is nothing in the game that should ever sell for less than 200 gold. Considering you can kill a mob out in the world and loot 4 gold. You know, there is never, ever, ever a situation where anything, especially a crafted item, should be less than like a few hundred gold apiece. $20k at the start, enchanting called. Honestly, the professions aren't going to cost that much to level. Leveling the professions, 50 skill, your first 50 skill points is not going to set you back that much at all. I looked at this. I've looked at it in some detail. Where's my some of the professions don't cost a lot. They really don't. Did I do a price summary for any of these? I have leveling paths for most of the professions. I wonder if I... okay. Enchanting, for example. Leveling enchanting is going to be... I really should have made this... What are we looking at? 45 to 50 is where it gets expensive because you need the crystals. But before that, it's just dust, a few vibrant shards here and there, dust. It's probably a few thousand gold. Like, honestly, leveling the professions is super cheap in Dragonflight. Relatively speaking, right? It might cost you, if you spend more than 20k in the first few days leveling your professions, you've done something wrong. Leveling the professions to 50 is going to be super cheap. I think I even did one for engineering. And engineering was one of the heavier ones. Yeah. Engineering is one of the professions that uses more resources than most other ones to level it up, because you're crafting just stupid amounts of intermediate items all the time. But even engineering was, my guesstimate, less than 30k to level it to 50. So really not a lot at all. But obviously, as we know, once you get 50 skill points in Dragonflight, then the grind switches from something that you can just, buy materials to having to fulfill work orders and unlock patterns. So let's load the beta up, I suppose. Let's have a little runabout on the beta. And we might actually have a little bit of a look at the Wowhead economy report now, Where's Wowhead? Give you guys the link. Throw that in chat a few times. So we'll have a little bit of a look at this. I'm going to go grab a drink real quickly before we dive through this, because this is a period where I'm going to do a lot of talking, more than I normally do. Episode 2, nearly 250. Doesn't feel that long ago. We were like, wow, episode 200. That was nearly a year ago at this point. Right, I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves for a couple, and then we'll have a little bit of a read through this and see what's going on. I will be back in 2 minutes.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Right then, boys and girls, should we do this? I think we should. Pally K7 with the Prime Gaming, thank you very much. Appreciate it. What a great use of the Prime button. Thank you. Didn't feel that long ago. It was, wow, episode 100. Yeah. Right. So, I have a sneaky feeling that I might have something to do with this. Dragonflight work orders. Let's see what we're dealing with then this week then. So, this week we're going to take a little look at the crafting work order system, or the lack thereof, and why it's important to get it right. We also take a little look at some tips from people playing the beta and things to do to make some gold in 927. This is put together by Samadan, who unfortunately doesn't find much time to do any streaming anymore, yet used to be quite active on the streaming side of things. He does occasionally get time for a YouTube video, so make sure you go check out his YouTube channel, or you can say hi over on his Twitter. Make sure you check him out. But the table of contents for this week: the state of crafting work orders, some tips for gold makers from the beta, top 7 gold farms for 9.2.7 by Thrawn. I don't quite know how you pronounce that, but we're going to go with Thrawn. And then some further reading for those that want to dive a little bit deeper. So first on the list, the state of crafting work orders. This was a video I put together in the early part of last week, mainly touching on the fact that we still haven't seen the work order system, and it's starting to get mighty frustrating, simply because the work order system is, I think, it's kind of like what I describe it as the glue that holds everything else together, right? We already know that crafted gear is going to play its part in the progression for most players. It's interesting that the crafting is almost going to fulfill the need of bad luck protection. And I think this was always the design of crafted gear, and I think that's about the right place for it. I think if you're doing Mythic if you're raiding, or if you're doing Mythic Plus, or if you're doing PvP, then you should get most of the gear that you need by engaging in that sort of area. That's not to say that you shouldn't have to do some crossover from time to time, at least my opinion anyway. But I think crafting should always be there as the gear that is good but not the best. good but not the best is a really good place for crafting gear to be, because when it becomes the best, you get shenanigans like the Shadowlands legendaries, which I don't think was really that favourable for anybody involved outside of a handful of goblins that just made away like bandits. But having crafting gear be good but not the best puts it in a nice place. It's like means that, okay, well, if you are doing PvP or if you are doing instant dungeons or raids, then you can safely rely on that content to gear your characters up quite well. But RNG is RNG. There's going to be times where you just cannot get that, I don't know, that one slot of gear just doesn't drop for you, right? And your I don't know, your legs are 10, 15, 20 item levels behind the rest of your gear, and it feels bad. That's where the crafting system, I think, can really come into play. If you can craft a piece of gear or get a piece of gear crafted that's only 3 or 4 or 5 item levels behind the rest of your normal gear, it fills that slot until until RNG blesses you and you finally get that item that you were looking for. I think that's kind of a good place for crafted gear. But the problem is it's all going to rely on this work order system, which is a system we have not yet seen. Not in any detail, anyway. We've had some sneak peeks and the odd blue post about it, but we still haven't seen it in great detail. And until we do, I'm going to be honest, at least from what we have seen, I'm not impressed. I think it's going to be a lot more restrictive than it needs to be. It's not going to be as convenient as I think it should need to be. And I think it should, at the worst case scenario, be an alternative to the auction house. I really don't think that it should be the only way for people to acquire this sort of bad luck protection type catch-up gear. Because I don't think people are going to like it. For 2 reasons, right? It's going to be annoyingly complicated for crafters, for people who want to buy a piece of gear to get the piece of gear that they actually want. It's going to be overly complex for people trying to buy it. And on the flip side, it's going to be overly complicated for people trying to fill the work orders. Now, if it's complicated for everybody involved, then it's far, far easier for most people in many cases to try and find a less complicated solution. Nobody likes unnecessary complication, and it will very quickly devolve into a scenario where people will be like, well, why can't I just, why can't this dude just craft me a piece of gear and I buy it off him? Why does it have to be so needlessly complicated? But until they actually put it in the game, we don't know. Anyway, what did Samadan have to say about this anyway? So the new crafting system's looking really good and promising. Crafting system, yes. The new specializations and interconnected recipes are going to bring a lot of flavor to the game. However, we have seen very little from the crafting order system. High-end crafting in its current state is mostly going to be bind-on pickup reagents and end-crafted items, which will completely rely on raiders using the new or end-game players in general, using the new work order system for it to be successful. He goes on to state that my concerns about it mainly is from a convenience point of view in comparison to that of the auction house. And it relies heavily on the interaction between crafters and craftees through a system that has gone untested so far. It's going to need to be robust and easy to use for it to see success. I'm excited for that 16 gold commission. Yeah, see, this is a problem, right? This is the problem. You are not only making a complicated system for both parties, the person buying the bit of gear is going to have to engage with a complicated system. The person looking to craft that piece of gear is going to have to engage with this complicated system. And all of that time and effort is going to be then in the hands of the person buying an item to tip the crafter accordingly. Yeah. Is there a minimum value for commission? No. Well, like I say no as if we haven't seen the system. You can't easily answer any of these questions yet because we haven't seen anything about it. The absolute bare minimum we've seen so far indicates that nobody making any gold off filling work orders. People will fill work orders for as long as it gives them skill ups in their profession. If it doesn't give them a skill up and it doesn't come with gold, why click the button? Honestly, why do it? Why make that piece of gear for somebody else? Why take the time and effort to craft a piece of gear for somebody for no reason? Out of the goodness of your heart. There are some generous souls out there that will work for free. But at the end of the day, most people won't. Because we are lovely human beings and we don't care about gold. Welcome in, K-Chak. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Everybody loves working for free, right? This was one of the blue posts that came out a little while ago now. This developer, by the way, is one to keep your eyes on. This is our professions and reward vendor developer. He's relatively new to the World of Warcraft team, I understand. But he's the one who has been in charge of the new crafting system. And like I said, the crafting system so far, hats off to him. Done a good job. The specs look good. It's slowly looking to be nicely. It's the knowledge gains look to be well balanced. I find it very hard to criticize the new crafting system. I think there's lots of layers of detail that will make it quite a fun little system to play with. The problem is though is the work orders. But they have clarified a few things. So on the work orders, only the customer is going to provide the primal chaos, the primal focus, or the concentrated primal focus. The primal focus, they really need to change the names of these. They absolutely have to change the names of these. Primal chaos is the basic bind on pickup reagent. You will acquire this. You get this when you complete dungeons. You get this from completing world quests. You can loot this from treasures. This is your basic crafting reagent. I say basic, it's still epic, but it's soulbound as well. So people are going to need to farm this up themselves. Primal Chaos is your basic crafting reagent. You then have a Primal Focus or a concentrated Primal Focus. These are optional reagents. Consider these like Crafter's Marks. These are like Crafter's Marks from Shadowlands in terms of the fact that they will be the optional reagent that will be added to the base piece of gear when crafting it to boost its item level. A Primal Focus will boost it into Heroic raid level, and a concentrated Primal Focus will boost it into Mythic level. So this is your basic one. That upgrades it to Heroic. This one upgrades it to Mythic, is the basics. But it's indicating here that this as a soulbound material or reagent is going to need to be provided by the customer. The person that puts the order in is going to need to supply this, which is good. Now this is what I disagree with, but either the customer or the crafter can provide any of the unbound reagents or optional reagents. I am very strongly of the opinion that Blizzard need to make it so that if you place an order, you need to provide all of the materials. Provide me all the materials. It's clear that if you give players the ability to tip on crafting and fulfilling a work order, it's their prerogative to give as little gold as possible. That's no shade on them. It's their, why spend more than you have to sort of thing. So work orders are going to come through with very, very little tips on them. Because of that, I think there should be the requirement that the person putting the order in supplies all of the reagents. What that means is crafters give themselves the ability to make a little bit of gold on the back end. It means that crafters will be able to make these intermediate reagents, right? Consider like your shadowgast ingots, for example. Shadowgast ingot is an intermediate material. It takes a bunch of basic materials. You make an intermediate item, which can then be sold on the auction house. It would then mean that somebody placing an order would need to farm their own soulbound materials and also then buy the base reagents to fulfill that work order. It will create a commodity market for these intermediate items, of which that allows crafters to, do what crafters do, which is to craft something and determine a price for their time and whether it be worthwhile or not. And then it gives them something to focus on. If crafters have to do everything, where do they make their gold from, right? With a system like that, people are going to be running at a loss for skill ups. This is the thing, right? People fill a work order if they get a skill up from it. But as soon as people stop getting skill ups for it, if the tips dry up, then, well, what's the point in crafting that gear? What's the point in filling a work order? Why would I give somebody my gold for no reason, right? Like, this doesn't make any sense. This needs to be such that if you put in a work order for something, you need to provide all of the materials. And not only does that mean that crafters still have the opportunity to deal with intermediate items. You could if you craft and sell the intermediate items on the auction house, somebody that puts that work order in might need to buy those crafting materials in the first place to then provide them to the crafter. It also means that the actual process of the transaction that happens when a work order takes place is then a lot more simple if they make it that the person placing the order has to provide everything. Because you've got this weird scenario, right? If for any of you that have paid attention to Dragonflight crafting so far, you'll know that when it comes to these intermediate materials, one crafter's crafting price is going to be vastly different from another's. One crafter might be heavily specialized into multi-craft, meaning that they proc bonus intermediate materials on a far more regular basis, keeping their prices down. I just don't know how if this is a thing, I just do not know how they're going to actually make the work orders even function, right? What happens when you go and click a work order that you want to fulfill that work order? Does it then give you these materials? Do these materials appear in your bag for you to then go off and craft something? Or then what happens if you go off and craft something and then don't take it? There's so many complexities to this that just doesn't make any sense. This is why we really need to see it. Really, really need to see it. There is one exception here that we're not settled on. Currently, either the customer or the crafter can provide artisan's metal. Recrafting is also going to need some of this. It is also needed for some higher end consumables that benefit professions and high end profession gear. This is another problem. I tend to feel that this also should be something that is supplied by the person putting in the order. But there's that inherent problem that artisan's metal is something that's quite heavily tied to professions. If you're not playing around with professions in the first place, you don't get any of this. I mean, you could, but it's not on your radar of things to get. You're not naturally going to get artisan's metal by running dungeons or by running raids. This is done by playing around. You get this through playing with professions. But I don't know. There's so many variables. That is going to make it a real sticky situation. And I don't think people understand yet because they've not seen it. And I can very clearly see it causing enough confusion for people to just not bother with it. they'll do everything in their power to circumvent an annoying system in the game. An unnecessarily annoying system. I don't think it's going to be too long at all before people will be like, well, why can't I just buy this piece of gear for, you know, the dude has the ability to make it. Why can't I just buy it? Why do we have to go through these 12 steps to trade one thing from one guy to another? Let him make the thing and I'll give him some gold for the thing. Or vice versa. So I don't know. I've spoke about this a lot. I've clearly vocalized my opinion on it. I would rather see work orders just go away. If they're going to be overly complicated and convoluted and annoying to deal with, I'd rather just see them go away. I'd rather because now's the time to do it, right? Now is the time to scrap a system. The best time to scrap a system is before you spend too much time developing a system. There's this sunk cost fallacy that Blizzard has, right? If they spend too much time developing a system, they have to go with it, regardless of whether it's good or not. Because it's too late to just turn around and delete it. The best time to get rid of the crafting order system, if they internally realise it's dog shit, best time to get rid of it's now. Most people won't even know it's a thing if they get rid of it now. They'll be like, oh, what was that thing on the beta? What was that thing that was on the beta that people were talking about? Oh, I don't know. Oh, by the way, you know, have you seen the price of the mythic gear in the auction house? You know, it's... I think they need to be very careful with this. They got to get it right. They really got to get it right. Okay. The area where there's the most potential for confusion is that the person placing the order has total control of what reagents to include and what tip to provide. And what expertise are they basing this on? If you're placing an order for a piece of gear, it's likely that that's because you do not have that profession yourself. You're asking the person that has no knowledge on how the system works to dictate what reagents are provided, what they're worth, and then what tip to provide or not to provide. It's backwards. It's backwards. With all these permutations, how is the crafter going to filter through the potential work orders and work out which, if any, are worth their time to craft and then to craft them? There's also the matter of the feedback loop, in the time that the player has to wait before the order is fulfilled. This is one thing that I already see being an issue. People will start putting in orders for things on day one, because why wouldn't you, right? On day one of Dragonflight, the work order system will become a thing. People will stumble across it, and they'll be like, oh look, I can order a piece of gear. Boom, wicked. I'm going to order this piece of gear, whatever it may be. They're going to place an order for it, and then they're going to sit back, and they're going to be like, right, where's my piece of crafted gear? Where's these crafters at? Why are these lazy ass crafters not making my piece of gear that I've ordered? When the reality is that crafter is grinding their ass off trying to get reputation for 3 weeks to unlock the ability to make that pattern, or is grinding away trying to get knowledge points to min-max their knowledge points in a profession to unlock it via a spec tree to be able to make it. There's going to be that time frame where you put an order in for something, doesn't exist, people can't make it. That's going to piss people off. Damn those lazy crafters. Exactly. What are they doing? Not crafting the things that they can't craft yet. And then give a recommendation on the tip of 200 gold. Exactly. Exactly. There's so many different scenarios to where it's just going to be a frustration for everybody involved. And I would like to clarify that I'm looking at this mostly from the perspective of somebody looking to go and buy an order. We're greedy goblins at the end of the day. We'll figure this out. We'll deal with it. But the reality is that people that don't play around with crafting and don't care about the crafting system in any way, shape or form are going to see the crafting work order system as a way for them to get gear And they're going to be like, oh, okay, well, I need to get these materials. Well, I've got these materials. Right, here's the materials. Here's 200 gold tip. Now where's my gear? And it's not going to take very long at all before those players are like, well, fuck this system. This is trash. Just give me back my token vendor. Don't make me collect a whole bunch of materials by killing a whole bunch of bosses and then combining the materials and going out and farming more to then have to just arbitrarily give it to some crafter that, I don't know. I really worry about it, I do. I can understand Mantheus's concerns and his suggestions to make it more simple to get the craftee to provide all of the materials and make it clearer. The truth is that we don't know how popular it will be until we see it in action. This is very true. We can only speculate at this point. Thinking on the whole system further, I can see potential for a new type of gold maker to emerge. The social raiding artisan. The sort of person who works on their professions and goes directly to the customer, participating in the raids and dungeons and offering their services immediately at the end. I am seriously surprised that some of the big guilds haven't got on board with this. I'm very surprised your big guilds out there haven't, or maybe they are thinking about it and just haven't done it yet. But I would be, your big guilds out there, your echoes, your limits, your methods, the big guilds out there, I would imagine that they would want to bring in-house some pocket crafters, right? Some pocket goblins. People who, can be relied upon to be able to craft this stuff when it's needed. The alternative is, Max, Scripe are going to have to start maybe looking at divvying out professions and specs to different people so that they can craft the gear that they need when they need it. I don't know how much crafted gear is going to play in the race to world first. Probably not all that much at all. Because they'll just do degenerate things like split raids and, they'll just do what they normally do. I don't think most crafters will be able to make the gear that will have an impact on the race to world first by the time the race to world firsters need it. Even min-maxing the balls out of it. Because, like I said earlier, I think the crafting system is meant to be a bad luck protection system more than anything else. It's meant to offer good quality and good item level gear, but it's not meant to be the main source of getting it. But I still think, especially for for all the commodities and stuff, it makes a lot of sense for these big guilds out there to get somebody in-house doing this. So, if you play on a realm where there's a big raiding scene and you have expertise in this, make yourself known. Stand up, shout about the fact that, this is where trade chat will be a thing. Selling your wares in trade chat will probably end up being a thing. It's kind of why I think that the another alternative for the crafting order system, I mean, it's in many cases you have a buy order system, but to complement that, you also have you have buy orders and sell orders. They complement each other nicely because it creates a level playing field almost. But give buyers the ability to say, oi, I want to buy this, but also need to give crafters the ability to say, oi, this is what I can sell. Maybe linking your profession might be a thing, but it's still a bit weird. It's odd that they've chosen to provide half of the system. Because most other games that have gone down this route have gone, right, buy orders and buy orders and sell orders. They kind of come as a bit of a package, It's difficult to have one without the other. Otherwise the system gets lopsided. Oh no, human interaction in an MMO. Shocking, right? Absolutely shocking. I'm going to make a new bank alt called I Am Not a Vendor. That would probably, well, if I learn anything from crafting legendaries for people in Shadowlands, for most of the expansion, I just flat out refuse to do it. My dog is woofing in her sleep. I'm sure you guys can probably pick that up on the microphone. Papo, Boos, what are you doing? Loud and clear. Yeah, she's barking in her sleep. Crazy dog. Get that squirrel? I think she was catching more than squirrels. I completely lost my train of thought with that. Anyway, yeah, whatever I was saying, I have concerns about the work order system. I hope that they do a good job. She was after the WoW profession devs. Maybe. Perhaps the vision that Ian Hazacostas has of players hanging out at the Crafter's Terrace, being able to directly chat with customers and fulfill work orders there and then with buyers is the profitable option. That will require a lot of cross-realm crafting, which by all accounts in the interviews should be doable. Wow. Should, but probably won't. Should, but probably won't. Yeah, I know from doing Shadowlands legendaries, trying to craft things for people, like somebody would whisper you, can you make me one of these? Anytime you're like, yeah, sure, I can make you one of those. Bring me the mats. Like, it was just a recipe for disaster to begin with. And maybe it's from that experience that I understand, or maybe that is what's giving me the illusion that the work orders may not work very well. But for example, somebody would ask you to make a legendary. Their next question is, what materials do I need? Almost, I want back in the early days, I want a rank, even when it was simple, right? I want a rank 4. Can you make me a rank 4 Umberhide vest? Yes. Bring me the materials. Great. What materials do I need? Oh, okay. Well, you need some of these, some of these, some of these, some of these. And then they'd go off and they'd presumably buy those materials off the auction house. And then they'd come to you. And then they'd trade them to you. And then you'd try and craft it. And then you'd realise that they hadn't actually provided all of the materials, because what they'd done is they'd gone onto Wowhead and they'd found the materials for the rank 1 version. And you're like, no. You need more. You need this, 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 and this. And it was just a nightmare. In theory, the work order system should alleviate some of that, because the work order system says, right, if you want this, you need this material and this quantity of them. This material, this quantity of them. But when you give players the ability to give some of the reagents and not the others, that's just an absolute recipe for disaster. From a crafter's perspective, that is bonkers. You either give me all the materials or none of the materials. I don't deal in some. We're not dealing in some. When you deal in some, you have to try and work out, how do you work out prices for things when you're dealing with sums? No, give me all of the materials or give me none of them. If you don't give me any of the materials, I'm just going to charge you a price for this piece of gear. If you give me all of the materials, tip me accordingly. But some, I don't want to be dealing with some. Definitely do not want to be dealing with some. Oh, I don't know. I so hope we see it this week. Later in the patch, people wanting rank 6 legendaries, they bought the base rank 4 items and the materials for the +2 item. Yeah, it's, oh god, it was, this is why I, for the most part, just didn't do it. Look, if I have it for sale on the auction house, you can buy it there. It's available for you. If it's more than you're willing to pay, that's a you problem, not a me problem. I've already bought the materials. I've already spent the time crafting it. I'm already taking the time out of my day to list and post these. If you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't, sorry. I've done my part. I've made it available to you. Last time I bought a curry turned up with a chicken. Yeah, exactly. That's it. You don't go to a restaurant and go, I tell you what, can you use these tomatoes in my spaghetti, please? No. What? No, go away. We either make you the meal and you pay for it, or you eat at home. There's no in between here. Walk into a fish and chip shop with a cod in hand. It's not how it works. It's batshit crazy. It's not how it works. Oh, okay. Well, if we see it this week, hopefully it'll alleviate some of our concerns. But if we go another week without seeing the work order system, I'm just 100% going to write it off. And I'll just make a big song and dance about it even more so. I'll make a video every week on how shit the work order system is until they give it to us. You can actually do that in a fish and chip shop. Yeah, I realised after I said it that was a really bad example. But either way. Right, what do we got next then? Some beta tips for goal makers. From the user Grammar Nazi, asked a very interesting question this week. I wonder if Samadan realised that. I wonder if he even realised that. Asked a very interesting question this week. Asking advice for those that have access to the beta. What to expect in Dragonflight. So with Dragonflight bringing arguably the most comprehensive changes to the professions in World of Warcraft, I'm very excited and want to make sure I get as prepared as I can get. I've watched some videos on it, and there seems to be a great deal of depth and complexity, which is great. Also quite daunting for wannabe goblins who aren't well versed in this area of the game. Other than having a healthy number of alts, I'd like to know what people are thinking about doing to maximise their gold making opportunities in Dragonflight. Also, who are the content creators you guys follow closely for gold making? No, there's none in here. This is a common thing that I see, and this is running before you can walk. Don't be stressing yourself about maximising your gold making opportunities. Don't be stressing yourself over this when you quite clearly have not learnt the basics yet. I see this so frequently. 90% of the posts on the WoW Economy subreddit are, I want to make all of the gold. Tell me how to make all of the gold. And they don't have the first clue about what's going on. You've got to learn the basics first. You absolutely have to learn the basics first. Just get one profession and min-max the crap out of one profession first, at the very least. But either way, some people have pitched in with a few suggestions. Do the main campaign quests only until you get your dragon riding skill. That's not going to take you long. For reference, it's about 45 minutes of gameplay in Dragonflight before you get dragon riding. You can always double back to the starting zone and do all the quests you want to level up once you have flying. Download handy notes dragon riding glyph locations to find them easily. This always makes me giggle. That, literally, new expansion. What's the second thing that you should do after installing the game? Download these add-ons. Download these add-ons. These are mandatory. You need them. Go get them. Collect all the dragon riding glyphs once you've unlocked your dragon riding. You'll thank me if you do this right off the bat, because all of your alts will then have flying straight away, especially if you want to be doing herbalism and mining. Very true. When you start crafting, make sure to craft each item at least once to gain the profession knowledge. You will need all of the knowledge you can get your hands on if you want to stay ahead of the curve. Get ready for a long-term haul in getting to 100 in each profession. The irony is if you can bang out work orders nice and quick, you'll ding 100 super fast. The likelihood is you probably are going to need to do somewhere in the region of 50 to 75 work orders to max your profession out. The trick here is to try and, because we already know, okay, this is a little bit of optimization for those that are keeping up. We already have been given the indication that there's going to be a limit to how many work orders you can fill per day. This is to prevent people sitting at the auction house just filling every single work order for 1 gold apiece and just stealing all of the love. There's going to be a limit to how many work orders you can do a day. Now it's quite clear that people are going to, at least at the beginning, want to fill work orders. Even if it doesn't make them any gold, people are going to want to fill the work order because crafting that item is probably going to give you a skill point. And every skill point means that everything you then craft after that, you craft it. You're just better at crafting the more skill points you have. There is a potential sneaky here, in that orders that are about to expire may not necessarily count towards your daily quota. So what you may be able to do, if you really want to power level your professions, is wait for those work orders that nobody wants to do and they're about to expire, and then just fill all of those. It's probably going to be the expensive way to do it, but it'll be the way to do it fast and the way to do it before others, I would imagine. But yeah, more time gating. More time gating for sure. I think it makes sense, though. I think for the actual health of the system as well. It's weird because it's going to create an artificial supply limit. It's because one problem World of Warcraft has always had, and one of the big problems I saw initially with the work order system, was that in World of Warcraft there is always, and I mean always, 10 times as much supply as there is demand on any crafted item. Always, always, always. If there's gold to be made, there'll be 10 times more people needed crafting it or wanting to craft it. In a scenario where nobody has to pre-craft anything, there is zero risk. And when there's zero risk, you'll find that there'll be even more people sat waiting to fill an order. So the supply only is not going to be 10 times higher, it's going to be even much higher. I don't think there'll ever be a scenario where there'll just be pages and pages of work orders. Because there just won't be. People don't need that much stuff. This is why when you go and look on the auction house, you search for any item, there'll be multiple of that item for sale. Because there is more people trying to sell it than there are people trying to buy it. That's always been the case in this game, and it's not changing anytime soon. That is probably going to mean that they had to put some sort of limitation on how many work orders you can fill to create an artificial glut of supply. You might be able to craft everything, but you can only fill 5 work orders a day. If you can only fill 5 work orders a day, you're going to cherry pick those 5 work orders that are best for you to fill. Now, the logical thing is to pick the work orders that make you the most gold. Duh. But you know that you can only cherry pick the best ones. Which means as well, it's quite clever in a way, because it pushes you to only fulfill the work orders for the stuff that you're specialized in. Because you're more likely to find something that somebody wants, where you can specialize in on it and get a bigger tip for it. But yeah, people might look at filling work orders just to gain skill points and do all sorts of crazy things. So it's going to be it's the Wild West for the first couple of weeks for sure. For sure. But either way, these are, you know, day one. I somehow managed to swing this conversation back into the work order system again. I apologize. But either way, this seems to... There's pretty solid advice for sure. Get ready to have to do a bunch of tasks. Gathering herbs, skinning, looting ore, looting treasures related to your profession, doing weekly quests, and reading a book made by a scribe on each character each week to maximize your knowledge gains. Once again, the initial question being of I want to make gold, but I'm not very good at it. How do I maximize it? My advice is don't focus on maximizing stuff until you know the basics. If you try and do that, you'll never actually learn anything. You need to pick it up from the beginning, but might be a good guide if you can't decide which way to specialize. See where the biggest demand on the work order system is. Yeah, this is why in a lot of my... I literally just closed the one I didn't mean to close. Hang on. In a lot of my leveling guides for the professions, the one thing I've said, now I've not emphasized it too heavily, but if I turn these into video form, I will do, is that at 25 skill points you unlock the spec trees, and you'll probably have a few points to spend. Take time to read what each of them are, but do not spend any points yet. I'm going to be heavy in the camp of save your points until you are certain where to spend them. And this will probably be, you know, when you start seeing work orders coming in for certain bits of gear and they're not being filled, that's your opportunity right there. Let the market tell you what the market wants. This is why you can do a lot of preparation before Dragonflight. You know, learning about the materials, learning about the spec trees, making sure you understand them and this sort of thing. But the reality is until it goes live, we don't know what people want. We don't know what people want and in what quantity. But the market will tell you. You'll be able to look at the work orders and you'll be able to see, right, there's 15 work orders for this one piece of gear that apparently nobody's able to do. Well, I have enough skill points to unlock that. I'll unlock that and I'll fill those 15 work orders, you know. If you let the market tell you what it wants, you'll probably do better than trying to min-max it too much to begin with. Is it just me that hates to make money in WoW, but I love to flip in almost every other MMO? I think the problem is because in World of Warcraft generally it's a lot more difficult to do because it's had such a vibrant economy for a long time. Many other MMOs out there, they have very rudimentary economies at best. Now, obviously, things like EVE might be the exception to that rule, but generally speaking, most MMOs have pretty terrible economies, which, you know, the worse the economy is, the easier it is to take advantage of it usually. But this is kind of this is going to be something I'm going to push quite heavily, is that you want to get as much knowledge as possible, but you probably don't want to be too hasty in spending it. Your knowledge points are going to, and the problem is you get front loaded. You get front loaded with a whole bunch of knowledge, and then it dries up really quickly. Your first time crafts are going to give you a huge spike in knowledge, but once you get past that first 20, 25, maybe 30 knowledge points, you really start feeling just how slow the system is. You could probably get 50 knowledge points in your first week. But the week after, you might only have access to 20, 25 knowledge points. It really slows down quite quickly. And if you get into the mindset of, oh, I just spend points wherever, you're gonna have a problem when next week rolls around and you've spent a bunch of points in something that you didn't particularly want to spend your points in, and there's no undo button with knowledge points. What is it about WoW's economy that's different to other games that makes its economy so vibrant? Well, Well, it's Blizzard's hands-off approach. The fact that Blizzard is very hands-off with it, it doesn't have strict market prices for things. There's no minimum prices, there's no maximum prices. It's an open market in their hands-off. Blizzard tries to control what comes in and what goes out, but it doesn't touch what's in the middle, which means it's a very natural ecosystem. Very, very natural ecosystem. The value of a material is determined very heavily by its demand and its supply. Blizzard, is hands off. They give you, in most cases, they've given people the tools to be able to trade between themselves, either directly or via the auction house. But outside of that, they're very hands off. They let people work it out themselves. They let the prices determine themselves. Obviously, Blizzard does, like I said, they control what comes in and they control what goes out, but it's everything that happens in the middle. Many other games out there, they try to, put minimum prices on materials and they put maximum prices on materials, and they some things are time gated, some things are not. That like the more control that a developer puts in to the economy, often that's its own downfall. Not many games have got 20 years of historical crafts, quests, 20,000 plus bind on equip items, each with their own levels of supply. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just monstrous. You look at something like New World, for example. New World worked very well for the first month, but the cracks started to appear very quickly. The cracks, obviously the rampant duping didn't help, but the cracks started to appear very, very quickly. That it was clear that it just became a race to the bottom, and there was no way for them to rectify the situation. Blizzard has also been very good periodically creating these. I mentioned them a little bit earlier, but like the soft resets, without having to actually reset a market, they can do a soft reset. Meaning that, if you've put a bunch of time and effort into something previously, if you've leveled up a bunch of your professions, you'll have had X amount of time to take advantage of that. But there comes a point to where that gear is now superseded by something bigger and better and shinier. This is why lots of expansions, towards the end of an expansion, we have a new phase, epic gems come out. We've had normal gems and we've had rare gems for the most part. And then epic gems come out. What epic gems are doing when they release is a soft reset on the market. All of a sudden, there's something bigger and shinier that everybody wants, and the supply and demand shifts. Blizzard have always been traditionally pretty good at doing that. Other games, not so much. And the simple fact of the fact that there are people who have played this game and continue to play this game consistently for years on end. But anyway, where did we get? Yeah, the TLDR is that at the start of Dragonflight, if I was to give any advice to anybody that is just going to start trying making gold at the beginning of Dragonflight, is pick two professions and just do everything you possibly can with those professions. I wouldn't worry too much about alts. I certainly wouldn't worry about trying to maximize your gold making opportunities. Even doing it wrong in Dragonflight, even if you completely balls it up, you'll still make more money at the beginning of Dragonflight than you will optimized at the end of Shadowlands. Like, it's nearly impossible for you to not make gold with crafting. Because it's simple, right? Most people don't want to be crafting. Most people don't want to be gathering. When there's 8 new dungeons to play, there's 4 new zones, there's 10 new levels to acquire, there's 4 new major factions to be leveling up, there's a brand new raid with 8 bosses to go and kill. There is so many new things available for players to do. Most of the time, the majority of them don't want to be dealing with gathering, and they don't want to be dealing with crafting. So they use the gold that they already have, or they buy it with tokens, and then they just, you know, spend that, and it's practically impossible to not make a good amount of gold if you at least dedicate some time to it. You don't need to maximize it. You don't need to min-max it. I guess it's I guess the desire is there because, you know, it's common to see content creators, streamers min-maxing and doing that sort of stuff, but this is my job. So it's what I love doing. I would be, see, for me, I would be choosing to do this over doing the new dungeons, the new raiding anyway. This is the aspect of the game that I'm excited about. So I naturally, almost accidentally min-max it. But if it's just a passive thing for you, just do anything. Like even if it's just picking up herbalism and mining and spending a little bit of time flying around. It's impossible to not make gold. I do admire the guy trying to get into the goblin mindset, though. Oh, for sure, for sure. Just like anybody that does mythic raiding, for example, would love to see more people try and get involved with it, and people who aspire to be better at the game. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Definitely good admirations to have. What do we got here then? 7 top gold farms. If you're still looking to make some gold at the end of the current expansion, there's a great list of things that can be farmed for now. This YouTube channel is very much one of the farming channels for the most part. I've not seen this video, but if I was to put a guess, I would go mission tables, callings. Okay, mission tables, callings. What are going to be the other ones? Primals. Primal fire has got to be in there, surely. Probably Genesis moat farm. That's got to be one in there, I would imagine. What else are people farming? Probably doing something in Zereth Mortis. If it's not farming Genesis moats, it's going to be farming. Probably not materials. Progenitor Essentia. I don't know. What else are you going to be farming? What's the big ones that they always love? BFA mounts is probably in there. Everybody loves the BFA mounts for farming. What haven't I said? Something transmoggy's got to be in there. There's got to be some transmog. I don't know. The reality is that most of these videos end up being very, very similar. One of them was the goop, the fishing goop. Oh, well, there we go. There we go. There's another one. If you are literally really scratching your head trying to find something to go out and farm for, there are a few bits and pieces. But the reality is that 9.2.7 from this point onwards, there's not a lot of gold making opportunities out there for one very, very simple reason. Nobody wants anything. Like, we are now 2 years into an expansion with the mindset of that there's a new expansion right round the corner. Most people don't want anything. And you only make gold when you get something that somebody else wants. This is why farming is one of those. Farming is considerably better at the start of an expansion, when everybody wants everything and nobody wants to farm it themselves. That's when you can really charge a premium for going out and farming. Towards the end of the expansion, though, you're best off just looking forward. You're best off trying to, maybe get your characters in order, get your alts leveled up. I wouldn't worry too much about gearing them. We'll have a pre-patch event that will probably gear your alts if you need them to be. Just get yourself, maybe jump on the beta, jump on the PTR. Instead of farming for an hour in retail and making 6,000 gold, maybe spend that same hour on the beta if you have access, or jump onto the PTR and take a look at what's happening in 10.0. That hour's worth of knowledge that you will gain will be far more worthwhile than the 6k gold you might be able to go out farming for nowadays. But, if you're bored, if you need something to do, I'm sure these gold farms will they'll keep you busy, if nothing else. They'll keep you busy, that's for sure. And then we have some further reading. If you want, you can dive onto the WoW Economy subreddit or their accompanying Discord server, and you can go say hi. But there we go. That was this week's little Wowhead Economy weekly wrap up, number 248. Should we check comments? This is always fun. Only 8 comments this week. It's a quiet week. The guy in the video is really hard to understand. Now, I'm going to assume that isn't me. But that's only because I'm quite sure. Thorn Gaming. I think he's French, or he may be French Canadian. I'm not sure. If I remember rightly, I think he's at least his primary language is French. He may not necessarily be French himself, but I'm going to assume that wasn't me. But either way, I'm so glad there was an article, because the only point I agreed with Manthius was about the auction house. Sure, I think it's pretty annoying when a battle pet is too expensive or when I can't find an item for World Quest. However, that's not enough for me to support a game staple being overtaken by a new untested system. Bonus points since this was mentioned before and I didn't get that impression. I think that's referring more to the fact that if the work order system comes out and if the work order, because the work order system is going to not be an alternative to the auction house, it's going to be instead of, because everything is bind on pickup, deliberately so that it can't go in the regular auction house. And yeah, a new untested system is scary business. That said, I hope that Manthius' concerns are addressed, since crafting's always been a big part of the game, and that everyone's going to need Valdrakken rep to a varying extent. What's the Valdrakken rep got to do with it? The irony being is that the Valdrakken rep doesn't actually... It has some of the recipes, but not many. On a plus side, I appreciate the Dragonflight tips. They seem solid, even if most of my alts can't be used in the newer content. I wish I could say the same about the video. I know Thrawn Gaming has good intentions. Unfortunately, most of them probably wouldn't be worth my time. Like I said, I haven't seen the video. I've not watched this video, but I would, like I said, I could, without watching it, I could probably guarantee with good probability what it contains. So about crafting orders, can you only order Dragonflight gear or any old craftable transmog item? Crafting orders are going to be a Dragonflight only thing to begin with, and I suspect it will stay that way. I can't see the crafting order system being such a raring success that they take the time and the effort to make it retroactive to all of the past expansions. I would far more likely see the craft order system come in, piss people off, and they kill it at the end of Dragonflight. So yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to use the crafting order system for past expansion stuff, unfortunately. Looks bullshit to me. I mean, nice and specific there, thanks. As a crafter, the new buy order system is not something I'm looking forward to. One issue it does address is the optional reagent / affixes that were introduced in Shadowlands, not taking off because the auction house doesn't support it, but there are simpler ways to fix that. Yeah, you could tell they dipped their toe in the water with the progenitor enhancements. But yes, the auction house just doesn't do a very good job of making a system that people... The fact that you still have... If you want a 262 piece of gear with a specific, modifier on it, a specific progenitor enhancement, you have to mouse over every single one and wait for the tooltip to load to see what stats are actually on them. Heaven forbid you want to have one with specific secondary stats and a specific progenitor enhancement. There's just no way to easily see what's going on there. So yeah, just a search and filter system may not be might have been a starting point rather than going full work orders, but hey. A simpler buyer system that EverQuest introduced years ago. I have no idea what EverQuest introduced, but I didn't even know EverQuest still existed. EverQuest was pre-World of Warcraft, so that was some years ago. Make the optional reagents be added after the item is created, not during, i.e. the enchants. This makes a lot of sense. This makes a huge amount of sense. One of the biggest reluctancies that I've seen to making the crafted gear bind on equip, because I hate the fact that everything's bind on pickup, but one of the biggest pushbacks to everything being bind on pickup and not bind on equip is that, oh, we can't have goblins crafting mythic gear and selling it in the auction house. Sure, fine, I get that. But what if we take what we learned from Shadowlands and we take the base crafted item, your primal molten helm in Dragonflight. Crafter makes basic helm, puts basic helm on the auction house. Mythic Raider comes along, buys basic helm off the auction house that of itself is not mythic quality, but they have a magical mythic optional reagent that they slap on top of it. Boom, hey presto, now it's magically mythic item level. Everybody wins. Sack off this work order bullshit. Like, honestly, it's not that difficult. It doesn't have to be this complicated. Basically Legos 2.0. Pretty much. You could have the work order system as an as an alternative. If you want that base item with a specific secondary stats on it, with a specific enhancement on it, then maybe you can put in a custom order, get your customized basic piece of gear, and then still slap your mythic quality reagent on top of it. Boom. Done. You buy a 100 gold piece of gear, slap a thing on it to make a mythic piece of gear, though. At that point, there's nothing for the crafter anymore. Yeah, but it's not a 100 gold piece of gear, though. You're allowing crafters to make and sell normal mythic gear. Sorry, normal raid gear. If you have a mythic quality reagent, you can slap it on top. It's not, you're not taking a level 61 green and slapping a mythic on it. That just wouldn't be the case. I've always found crafting reagents being soulbound annoying. Agreed. If there is only a limited supply coming from the raids, then what's the issue with making them tradable? Instead of the raider getting paid for the reagent and then the crafter, people will be paying the boosters. Boosting, I also think, is going to see a... Boosters are not going to have as many customers, I don't feel. They'll probably have a similar number of customers because people will still buy their plus 15 boost just to get their vault. Which is clearly the main target market for boosters as it stands anyway. You buy one plus 15 boost and then you get your vault each and every week. That's clearly their main target market. That probably won't be going away. But those same people who are buying that 1 plus 15 to get their mythic vault will either now have to... Yeah, they'll either want to have to be boosted through a plus 20, which is a little bit more difficult. And additional to that, they still won't be accruing many reagents to buy crafted gear with anyway. So the value proposition of doing that is lesser, which I think is a good thing. It's going to take more money off the table for boosters. All of the items listed for something. You can create a work order for only items in the Yeah. So this is just Dragonflight and above. On the contrary, boosters are going to have a field day considering Mythic Plus drops Mythic item level loot. There aren't that many people clearing 20s, to be honest. Well, this is the thing. Like, it's one thing to be able to clear 20s. It's a different thing to be able to do it with 4 people. I mean, if you can, all power to you. But in turn, that will probably mean that the price will go up, and the higher the price goes up, the less customers you have. So I don't think any of these changes that we've seen recently go as far as to really favor boosters, unless you are just mad level geared. Unless you are both geared to the teeth and very skilled, and you have the assistance of 3 other equally geared people. It's going to make the landscape a little bit more difficult, I would imagine. Put a lot of time into the beta and testing some of the gathering, the crafting, the auction house, and the skill and the knowledge progression on the beta servers. Not the free boosting server, but actually going through the systems in the Dragon Isles. One thing to realise is that if you have a profession alt, get ready to clear every quest on the map. You'll want every scrap of reputation to unlock the recipes. This is a good point. Basically, every crafting alt will end up doing Lore Master if nothing changes. But gathering has no rep ties except fishing, so double gathering alts are free of this burden. You also want to do this to max your Artisans Guild reputation so you can get more Artisans metal faster. This is true. This is maybe another really good point for why alts are going to be a little bit more challenging from a crafting perspective, and maybe why I would suggest people focus on just their main character, pick 2 professions and just go ham. Because yeah, the rep grind on alts is going to be disgusting. This is going to be a thing. You are practically going to want to clear the map. You're going to want to complete the campaign and every side quest on an alt to gain as much reputation as you possibly can on those alts. Yeah, that's going to be that's a spicy meatball. That's going to be somewhat of a frustration for alts looking to do crafting at least. But this is good. It's a barrier to entry. All of, you know, I'm maybe accidentally I'm painting that as a negative, but the reality of it is it means that those that do specialize have an advantage to specializing, right? If you play one character and you play one character to the utmost, you do all of the rep grinding to the best of your ability on one character, you min-max those 2 professions, you will see a benefit to doing that. Because casual Joe that tries to do those same professions on an alt will never be able to compete with you. So there's that barrier to entry in place, which is good. The bigger the barrier to entry and the longer that barrier stands strong, the more you can take advantage of it. So it's, I mean, look at even simple things, right? Look at some of the professions that had patterns locked behind reputation in in Shadowlands. Something as simple, what was it, like the heavy armor kits? Is it heavy armor kits that you need to be honoured with Ardenweld or something to get? Even that very small barrier to entry is enough to have made heavy armor kits profitable to craft and sell for nearly the entire expansion. Simply because if you happen to have done it on your main character, great. People not so much are doing it on alts though. Alts people tend to do the absolute bare minimum and nothing more. So in a way this is a good thing. In a way this is a good thing. For those that want to just focus on one character with a couple of professions on their main character, the opportunities will be there. Crafting order system feels overcomplicated now. All it needs was to be simple buy orders with some rules or limits to allow crafting of soulbound items. It's not even available for testing yet, which is scary because a lot of the recipes simply cannot be crafted without access to this system, meaning they also can't be tested either. True. So will the work order system be carried forward in the future, or are all of those recipes dead once Dragonflight ends? This is a bit of a concern, actually. This is something I hadn't put much thought into. What does the landscape for Dragonflight crafting look like post Dragonflight? Gross, I think, is the only way I can describe it. This is what happens when everything's soulbound. I do kind of already worry that the list of things that you're going to craft and be able to sell on a regular basis with most of the professions is very little. Who cares about the old crafted gear post-expansion anyway? It's just for transmog. But it means that you wouldn't even be able to craft it and sell it for the purpose of transmog. Because it's bind on pickup, you know. Somebody would have to level that profession and craft it themselves to get the appearance. Good points. I hope they scrap this idea. It just seems that people would be able to craft unlimitedly to get gold from the work orders. Well, we already know that there's going to be some limit in place. If it's limited to Dragonflight, then what's the point of making another crafting system that just gets abandoned later? The tools from BFA are a good example. They can't even be used above level 50. The game doesn't need any more of this. In my opinion, the best professions are from the Wrath Cataclysm expansion, where you go to the vendor and learn all of the recipes, and that's all. Are you mad? This dude is obviously clearly never leveled jewel crafting in Wrath of the Lich King. Or Cataclysm, for that matter. In these expansions, there are no bind-on pickup crafting reagents, and professions are not time-gated in any way. Clearly never played jewel crafting. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. At most, maybe a few rare world drop patterns like the Fellsteel Longblade would be okay. But Blizzard doesn't need to invent some new system for crafting. If it's too complicated, it just becomes annoying for the people who want to engage with it more than once or twice. There's something to this, but this is what I'd consider a classic Andy opinion, right? This is just nostalgia kicking in. This is nostalgia of the crafting was so much better back then, when the reality is that it just wasn't. it was very fundamentally basic. A literal classic Andy. There's nothing wrong with being a classic Andy, I'd like to point out, but like I said, it's a bit nostalgia heavy, I think, here. It's a little bit nostalgia heavy, because, yeah, to this day, there are still patterns from Wrath of the Lich King and Cataclysm that I do not have, because they are locked behind aggressive daily cooldowns. So, you know, everything wasn't quite so rosy. E.g. learning a recipe once a day in Mists of Pandaria, making bind-on pickup crafting reagents in WoD on a daily cooldown. Obliterum, Blood of Sargeras in Legion, Expulsum in BFA, 3 ranks of recipes requiring 500 plus marks of honor in BFA, 7 ranks of legendaries in Shadowlands, which are the exact same item but with a different item level needing rep to unlock. By the way, you need to craft 50. Okay, so yeah, this is clearly somebody that just has a... Dare I say, entitlement towards professions. You can't, like, these are all features that are there for a reason. And the fact that it annoys some people is what makes it worthwhile doing for others. It's that friction. It's that, you know, if everything's easy, then everything is worth nothing. There has to be a little bit of friction occasionally, but there is a fine line between having too much, you know, not enough friction and having too much. some of these features, such as having, you know, the different ranks of legendaries, and such as the, you know, the daily cooldowns on professions in Mists of Pandaria, did mean that back in Mists of Pandaria, when it was current content, if you hit your daily button and you got a good recipe, then shit, you were money in the bank. You were good. Because the likelihood of somebody else having the exact same pattern was less. But then 6 months later, after everybody has pressed their button repeatedly and everybody's just got the same list of crafted items, it normalized itself. Was it perfect? No, not in any way, shape or form. But did it work back then? Kinda. The spec trees, I think, are the most elegant solution they've ever implemented for crafting, though. By a mile. By an absolute mile. It's like I said, the crafting system of itself, I've got practically no complaints about. My concern very heavily lies with the work orders. I mean, you could have the best crafting system in the world, but when none of the crafters can share that expertise with anybody else without going through, you know, a field of cactuses, is anybody going to want to? Probably not. This is an issue, right? I don't know. Sub to your gold tier on Patreon. Gained over 7 million through your streams, videos, and spreadsheets. The least I can do. Keep up the amazing content. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Welcome in. Make sure you pair up your Patreon with Discord to get full access to all of the goodies that are available. Thank you. Thank you. There's yeah, some interesting things that are going to come from Dragonflight, I think. I can't wait. I can't wait. Right. Let's have a little poke about the beta. Let's have a little poke about and see what's up. They've removed the test vendors, which is a bit of a frustration. By the way, your Patreon sub to me is still active. You might want to cancel that. Hey, don't worry. It's a business expense anyway. It's all good. I'm still using LST. Win-win. Do we actually? I'm very tempted to bring my druid into the beta and see what the world is like. See what the world is like trying to level primarily through herbalism and mining. I wonder if that's a thing. I mean, it could be a thing, right? Let me test. Let's bring in a character. Let's copy my druid over. I'm intrigued now. I gotta get the right one. Oh lord, I've got way too many characters. That one. That one. Copy you. Go. Right. Add-ons. That's fine. Go. Probably not be allowed to monetize any add-ons anymore soon, so that's a bummer going into the new expansion. How do you mean? I mean, technically you're not allowed to charge for add-ons in the first place, but that doesn't mean that the creators can't have a Patreon. What, a Blizzard changing something? I can't see what they could change that would make any difference. Okay. Let's get UI fixed. Let's go this one. Add-ons, disable all. I'll have my track resources add-on though. And I'll have my handy notes one on. Oh, a new job, a conflict of interest. Oh, I see. Ah, point made. Fine. What I probably should do actually is... Oh, spec points. What am I even spec'd into on this druid? Not that it makes much difference, because I don't plan on killing much, but... Oh, look, we've got some... they've actually put in some interesting artwork and design to this now. Should we just go bear tank? Because it's easy. If I accidentally pull some in, I don't have to worry about it. Just swipe, things die. Swipe, and things die. Oh, that's also quite interesting. My UI is tied, apparently, to my spec. Is that a thing? Is there an option here to tie your UI to your spec? Because it clearly changed when I changed specs. Doesn't look like it. Oh no, I didn't mean to press that button. Go away. There we go. Okay. I guess that might be handy. Can I remember what my buttons are on this? And am I just going to assume that they're sort of right? Maybe. Although... cat form, 3 should be travel form, 1 should be bear form. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright, sure. Let's clean some bag space out real quick. Probably going to try... let's see how far we can get leveling this dude. See how quickly we... I mean, we are at full rested, which is... probably going to help more than it should, but... Is this a thing? Is this a thing on retail right now? I would like to check my deposit box when you go to the bank. Does this mean that they might be... Why would they have added this unless they have some intention of adding more to it? It's only like that in Stormwind. Ironforge doesn't have the dialogue. Huh. Telomere, DM me on Discord and I'll send you a link. Or just click on the one that Stroh's kindly provided. And then you win. Okay. What I want is a monstrous account-wide reagent bank, please, Blizzard. just all of the... Allow me to store all of the things. Can we get rid of practically most all of this? I can't imagine there's any of this that I'm going to need right now. What was that? Oh. Right, there we go. Nice new fresh inventory. Right. Let's get rid of all of these quests. Abandon, abandon, abandon. Get rid of you. See you later. Don't need all of this stuff. One day I'll go through this and do this on actual live, but oh, I wish there was an abandon all button. That would make my life much easier. I know you can do that with add-ons, but... Still got a Warfront quest? What am I doing? Unbelievable. Right, there we go. 1 inventory spot per material, no matter how many you have. Oh, I tell you what. It's a constant burden. Like, there is nothing more annoying. Nothing more frustrating than inventory space. The gold I would part with to have more inventory space. Oh, Lord. Pleased to meet ya. When planning what character has what professions, any profession that benefits from being on the same character? Not so much, really. I see this question about profession pairing a lot. And honestly, I don't think it really matters too much. And the problem is that my answer changes. Or the answer will change depending on... Whoa. The answer changes dependent on kind of like where you are in your gold making adventure. Because honestly, if you're just trying to make as much gold as quickly as possible, you're best off just going herbalism and mining and calling it a day. Oh, Keystone Vendor's here. Am I on the right realm? Shit, did I... What realm am I on? Did I copy this character to the wrong realm? Or is he just there? Oh, I don't know. Now I'm really confused. Yeah, the TLDR is when it comes to profession pairing, it's an optimization that I wouldn't worry about too much. I would wholeheartedly suggest you just pick professions that, you know, work nicely for that character. So, if you are a cloth-wearing character, it makes sense to take tailoring before it makes sense to take blacksmithing, for example. That kind of logic I understand and can, you know, agree with. But generally, it doesn't matter too much. Profession pairing was more of a thing in Shadowlands with a Vestige. Yeah, that's true, I suppose. I understand where the mindset has come from, but who am I meant to be recruiting here? Who am I meant to be talking to? A scholar recruited? Who's the scholar here? Oh, they've dropped the Keystone Vendor. Oh, that's clever, Blizzard. Well done. They've dropped the Keystone Vendor right on the dude you need to speak to. Oh, well, that was well placed, wasn't it? No wonder that confused me. Right, let's talk to you. There's an annoying amount of just talking to random NPCs at the beginning, which is unskippable, unfortunately. But we'll get ourselves over to the Dragon Isles, and then we'll see what we can do in regards to just zipping about, doing herbalism and mining to level up. I'm intrigued what the speed of it is. Is it going to be... I mean, I don't expect herbalism and mining to level up to be competitive in any way, shape, or form. But if it is strictly a gathering character, is it a thing? I mean, it could be a thing. It's certainly the way I'd prefer to level a druid, put it that way. Wait for the rugged dragon scale at the Stormwind docks. Alright. Now we wait for a boat. I like this. This is handy. This is quite nice. It's quite nice to have a little, you know. Okay, the boat is going to turn up in 4 minutes. It's a bit annoying that I now have to wait just chilling just 4 minutes because, but this boat is this. I hope they just. I hope the amount of people that are going to end up in Colteris just accidentally. They'll be like, "Oh, the boat's here! Dragonfly, let's go! Everybody on the boat!" And then it ends up in the wrong continent. I think they need to make it so that only one boat comes to this dock. I can't wait for the amount of people to end up in the wrong continent because of this. So, herbalism and mining is ready. We need to try and learn herbalism and mining as soon as we get into Dragonlands. How long have we got on here? 2 minutes 42. That's quick enough for a toilet break. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Occupy yourselves. If the boat comes, make a lot of noise. Not that I'll be able to hear you, but... Did we make it? 39 seconds to spare. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. You learn skinning just from skinning a mob in the Waking Shores. I wonder if it ends up being the same for herbalism and mining. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know. I really need to dedicate a few hours to test skinning, you know. Skinning's the one that I've just not looked at all. And I'm very aware that skinning is probably going to be super lucrative. Right then, let's go. Boat do boat things. Speedy now. Any secret NPCs? Any secret vendors? Log XP, turn on the stopwatch. Is there, before I do anything, is there like some fancy add-on or weak aura or something I can use for this maybe? I imagine there probably is, isn't there? I saw Mr. GM had some fancy thing up on his screen the other day. He was doing some leveling of testing leveling. Should we look see if there's a like a fancy week or something? If the app decides to load. What's the website for the week auras? Wago or something. Wago.io. Let's have a little look. Beta. Do I have weak auras add-on? No, get more. What do we got here? What do we got here? Okay, the weak auras don't look particularly useful. Speed run splits. Oh, it is just all one word. Speed run splits. Why does it not find it? This search thing is dog shit. Absolute 7 levels of dog doo-doo. Install Recurge Force app. Go. Brrr, do magic things. There we go. Processing deep link request. Sounds filthy. Is it going to do it? Did it do it? Did it do it? Did it do it? Could not be on the CurseForge client. Oh, maybe it's not in the... Maybe it's not tagged for bait. I tell you what, this is all far too much like hard work. Far too much like hard work. You know what we'll do? We'll use a timer. Let's not mess about. Wasting time trying to find a timer. This doesn't necessarily need to be scientific anyway. Real simple. Can I fly around? Can we, more importantly, go companions, mounts, one of you. Boom. Right. Tracking. I guess we can't track... I guess we can't track herbs and ore until we have herbs and have found herbs and ore, right? Can we? Find herbs, find minerals. Okay, well they're on. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's very clearly becoming a thing that I might need to learn it. It may not be like skinning where you learn it automatically. Oh no, there's a herb. Where'd he go? No, that's a box of rocks. That's not a herb. That's also a box of rocks. Okay. Right. I guess we do actually need to learn it then. Oh! Haha, you know what we also do need to learn? Where's... What? No! Give me all... Oh! This we don't even have the proper button yet. Oh, we are going to need to do some basic stuff then, it appears. Because, we can't even access our dragon riding stuff until we've apparently done the first stuff. Okay, let's not be too zooms then. Let's try and do this properly. Oh lord, I forgot how slow your vigor recharges if you don't have all of the nodes. Right, maybe let's do the first couple of quests then. Right, do we have trainers around here then? Or is that in the next little bit? That's in the next little bit, isn't it? Now we've got a button. There we go. There we go. Spend all the points. Give me all my dragon riding. That one probably. Recharge vigor when herbing and mining. Yes, please. Beautiful. Beautiful. Innkeeper. Let's fix our home location. Now let's see if I can remember my keybinds. I've not played Druid for a long time. I only need 2 key bindings as a Druid though, really. Let's not muck about. I really hope Zygor's busy doing a separate guide for dragon riding off the boat. I imagine they will be. I mean, that's a very obvious thing to look at doing. The one thing about Bear Tank that always makes me laugh is you just swipe and win. Like literally, people meme on people meme on BM hunters, but this thing's just outrageous. You're evading for some reason. Just dot things up. Throw out a thrash occasionally. Keep things tagged. I'm entirely relying on muscle memory here because I absolutely cannot remember what any of my abilities do. It's only fishing that's when you first land. Yeah, I think you have to get to the next little zone before you get all of the... Let's at least give the game some benefit of the doubt and assume that we have to maybe at least do a few things. Yeah, this is a lot of people have already put forward the idea that this place is going to be ridiculous for skinning in the first, well, it's just going to be ridiculous for skinning. I don't quite know what the solution could be for that though, because I do kind of agree this place is going to be bonkers for skinning. Although it's going to provide, I would imagine, I've not tested, I would suspect that it provides scale rather than leather though. Which is good for all of the new evokers out there. But maybe not so good for people who need leather. I mean, the obvious solution is simple. You know, yeah, like I said, you just don't let them be skinnable. Or you make it so that they're skinnable, but... they drop grey items. It's, you know... You can fix it that way, but it feels a bit odd. But yeah, skinning might be ridiculous at that zone to begin with. The little mobs only give vendor trap. I mean, that makes sense. It makes sense that the little ones... That's usually the case, you know, like critters and stuff. Which one of you is... You're a mining trainer, I remember. You're the mining trainer. Give me mining. Which one of you is a herbalism trainer? Hang on, can we... Where's one of the dudes we speak to and it just tells us? Leatherworking, skinning... Herbalism trainer, there we go. 100 gold? It's a scam. Can we safely go by the assumption that maybe if we get to... I think it probably makes sense if we get to the point where it says, "Oi, go pick your zone." And then we just leave it there for the leveling. Get the intro stuff done out of the way. Reckon it's worth giving retail another go with Dragonflight on the horizon? From a goal-making perspective, no. I mean, retail's pointless. If like, I mean, it's one of those, right? They do tend to put forward the opinion that the best time to play World of Warcraft is the last patch of the game, last patch of the expansion. Very simply, very simply because there's no time getting involved. You can go and do everything. So if there's anything you've missed in Shadowlands, you can go do it now. But if you're looking at it from a goal-making perspective, I'd say just hang fire till Dragonflight, to be honest. I'd to be honest, I would probably argue that if you have access to the beta, you're best off spending time just playing the beta, to be honest. The more knowledge you can go into Dragonflight with, the bigger the advantage you'll have. Now, some people don't agree with that sort of mindset, because of course not everybody has access to the beta, but if you do, use it. If not, you can at least be keeping an eye on the PTR at the very least. Right, I think at this point we might not be... Oh, let's do the welcome message. Let's get these basic quests out of the way. Brazzet of Kinship. Oh, that's this one down here, isn't it? I'm so used to using Zygor. When I actually have to quest and use my brain, it feels a bit weird. Just little stuff like doing a full tour of the city is really going to be useful going into an expansion. Yeah, just, you know, getting your bearings. You can do all of that sort of stuff on PTRs and betas and that sort of stuff, even if you don't want to expose yourself to any storyline or anything, so... Send the signal, we have arrived. Anyone know where the tracking options are? Yeah, next to here. Next to the name. I think they're meant to be binoculars. They don't look too binoculary, but at the bottom. Or, well actually, what will be at the top by default, I think. I must admit, I've played through the campaign a couple of times, and I still haven't really paid any attention to the storyline. The worrying thing for me is that when the game goes live, I'm just going to power through it. I'm not going to pay any attention. Because slow and steady does not win the race when the game goes live. Slow and steady is not in my vocabulary when the game goes live. It's full zoom mode activated. Which is, you know, it's a choice. I arguably wouldn't recommend it. Time to head out with the doggy, enjoy the rest of your stream. Give the dog some scratches. Doggos love scratches. What do we think? I mean, I don't particularly want to go too deep into this because I rant about this quite frequently. But do we not think that this game would be like a totally different game if they voice acted all of this? You know, they could turn these into mini cutscenes, right? They zoom in, you go first person mode, and the character stands there and it's voice acted and they talk to you and they tell you the story. You know? And then once the dialogue is finished, it zooms back out and you continue playing. They have voices. I hear no voices. That's going to cost a yacht, though. Maybe Bobby would have to sell a yacht. But I genuinely think it would do miraculous things for the game. Have I just got, like, all voice acting switched off? And if I have, it's by default, by the way. Apparently I've got dialogue completely switched off. Let's see.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles.
No. Have I just had
Move
voice act?
swiftly. Dragonheart Outpost isn't far.
Hey! Right, restart. Back it up. Now download the add-on Immersion. What's that? Why do you think that voice acting is a premium? Because it even if you don't, you know, you can't unhear. Most people can't unhear things. They can definitely not read things, but it's remarkably difficult to unhear things. And at least if you're, even if you're not,
According to legend, the Jarden are the dragon's most formidable rivals.
Hey, colour me impressed. When did this voice
Ruthless and
acting come in?
powerful, killing countless dragons in ancient times. When the dragons left and the land went dormant, so too did the Jarden slumber.
Oh shit! See, I want to go level this character properly now.
But now, the land itself reawakens with glorious life. May we never tire of its beauty.
He sounds a bit like an 8-year-old kid, to be fair, but
We Dragonites have stayed vigilant as we safeguarded the Oath Stones, symbols of the Dragonflight's power.
he sounds like he sounds very much like a pre-pubescent
Return
teen.
to the Jarden will test us to the limit. May we prove worthy of the challenge.
Hey,
Commander Lethenak.
any voice
Cadet
acting's
Sendrak's
better than
an
no
ally
voice
reporting
acting.
on the
Though.
Major Domo's orders.
Major Domo's orders. It sounds like he's trying to put on a deep voice.
At ease.
Oh, now see, that's better. You're a big dude. You should have a deep voice.
Protect your allies. For the Lifebinder.
Immersion comes from the developers of Console Port. Creates a new quest interaction UI. Changes the quest display. It zooms on characters and text as in dialogue form. Is it beta ready? Or is it just a retail thing? What was it called? Immersion? What was it called? Was it called Immersion? Oh, okay. It didn't like that, did it? Oh, hello. What's going on here? Curseforge? Hello? Okay, it just decided to reset itself. It says 9.2.7, but I'm going to assume it's... whoa, 4 million downloads. Shit the bed.
Dismissed.
Dismissed. Oh, what are you? I didn't want no flipping compass. Hang on. Hang on.
Anything to report? What's the situation?
Okay, now it doesn't work.
The Shrine Guard protect. What's the situation?
I don't think it works. Edit options, add-ons, immersion, quests, gossip options, lock frame position. What? Okay. Playback everything. Okay, sure, all of that. Oh my god, I hate options in add-ons. Okay.
The
Well,
Shrine God protect.
it clearly doesn't work.
Dis-
The fuck a doodle is going on here? Can you chill out? Let's turn some of the audio. I don't think we need it quite that loud. Let's do a reload. Being distracted, but I always get distracted by the shinies. This is why I play this game. I
Anything to report?
always get distracted by the shinies. Options, add-ons, immersion. That one maybe?
At ease.
Okay.
For
It
the life
it
fight.
doesn't feel like it wants to work. I've also now lost my timer. Alright, great, excellent. Display. It should just work, right? I think maybe it doesn't work in beta. Playback. Oh, maybe in CurseForge you switch it to beta. Immersion. Well, people claim I don't need these, so let's just get rid of those. Release type beta.
Anything to report?
No.
Protect your allies.
This is why I don't fuck about too much with add-ons, because they just annoy me. Should we just go all hard? Should we just go hardcore, go alpha, and see what that does? I'm all for anything that makes the interactivity in the game better, though.
The Shrine God protect.
Nope.
Report back.
Okay. Is it maybe because, like, some... I don't know. Alright.
What's the situation?
Is it just this quest?
Our enemies will fall. Salama Ashalanore.
Yeah, it seems to be bugging up everything. Okay. Maybe I'll test it on retail to see if it's something that I like. But for now, it's a pass.
Anaria Shola. The reckoning is at
Yeah,
hand.
alright. Fine. Fine. Well, even pissing about doing those first quests, we've already got half a bar. Half a bar from practically doing nothing. And although, weirdly, even although we've picked up herbalism and mining, there doesn't seem to be... Oops. There doesn't seem to be many herbs or ore kicking about. There's practically nothing turning up on my minimap. And there should be lots turning up on the minimap. So, we definitely need to do more to unlock herb and ore nodes by the looks of things. Unless the bait is just scuffed. Retract them. Oh. Yeah, okay. So tracking is still a bit scuffed. Thanks for that. Stupid game. Yeah, screw that. I'm not picking fights with people. Hang on. Okay, so let's throw up a timer. Let's just see. Not that we're testing anything particularly scientifically here, but what I didn't track actually is, did I gain any experience for looting that? Because I mean, if we don't get experience in the first place, then it doesn't matter, does it? Oh, we did get some experience. 1,150. Right. This is where we use maths, right? 1,150. Hang on, how much do we need in total for a level? 194,000 for a level. 194,000 for a level. Divided by what? How much rep did I say it was? 1150. 170 nodes a level. 170 nodes a level. Give or take. Ah, treasures don't give us experience though. That's a sad. That's a big sad. Cave with nothing in it. And this is with zero rested as well. So if you're doing this on a character with rested experience, you're going to be, what is it, like halving that number? No, 50% more. So 170 plus, like, I don't know, a little over 100. With rested experience, you're looking at a little over 100 nodes per level, which is competitive, I suppose. Sorry, motion sickness is definitely going to be a thing in this game. That's one thing I haven't thought of, actually. I tell you what, those people that struggle, and we got a first knowledge. Oh, we can't even use the knowledge points till we gain 25 skill. People who suffer from motion sickness are going to have a real hard time, I reckon, with dragon flying. Because you are zipping around, changing directions, throwing your camera in different directions all the time. It may not be very fun. Oh, hang on, get out of the lava. There we go. Did you try and edit the motion sickness option? What does it do? I mean, I don't get the motion sickness, but I'm just saying people who do are going to be in for a hard time. Does it make any significant difference? Where would it be? Keep character centered, reduce camera motion, keep character centered and reduce camera motion, allow dynamic camera movement. See, this usually for me makes the whole situation even worse. But like I said, it's difficult for me because I don't suffer from it in the first place. But I suspect people that do might have something to say about it. Mining at 10 already. This could also be quite handy to try and work out, or just how quickly do... Oh, yeah, I can see how that changes things. It'd be, I don't know if it's any better. I'm intrigued to see just how quickly you can get your mining knowledge for the week as well. Was that a rich one? Yeah, that was a rich one. I'm trying to keep track of where these knowledge points are coming from. Yeah, the mount up animation's also slightly changed. It doesn't swoop with you. Camera doesn't swoop along with the dragon, so... I don't know, this is actually harder for me to focus on. Maybe it's because I'm not susceptible to motion sickness in the first place. But I would... Can't I just have everything off? I prefer full control over my camera at all points. When the game starts moving the camera for me, that actually has more of an effect. Where's the thing that tells you how many more you can get? If you open the profession window. So for now, if are they on the on my bars? They're not on my bars. If you're to open your herbalism journal or your mining journal. Let's put these on the bars. And then go into Boundless Knowledge, Appendix 1, Iridescent Ore. You may discover 5 more samples of this. And then, presumably, if I do the same, but for Herbalism, it'll say there's 6 more samples of this. There's another Dream Bloom petal. The last one is usually the epic one. So if you're do we get knowledge for this? We do get knowledge for this. You've made a new discovery, saxifrage. Some artisan metal has been coalesced for your new knowledge. Yeah, so if you cap out your knowledge for the week, the last one is usually an epic one that gives you 3 knowledge points. I want to see if that's the same for these. Oh! It disappeared in front of my eyes. I mean, one thing I will say is it's probably not going to be a competitive way of leveling your character, but a herbalism mining character is not going to have any real strict requirements for gaining reputation anyway. So you're not going to care so much about the main factions and completing the quests to gain reputation. The only thing you care about is getting the experience to slowly but surely get to 70. And even then, that's not really a big concern because, well, you can just fly about anyway. My druid is absolutely going to get leveled in this fashion. Because, for no other reason than because I can. And it gives you the one thing I hate about farming is that you tend to be doing only one thing at once, right? So when you're farming, your goal is to just go out and farm. But for me, I like to be doing multiple things. So if I can be getting experience at the same time, it's a win-win. Oh, it's a dirt pile. That means I should probably go and pick up some shovels. Every time I've mined a rock wall, it's been a herb or nothing inside. That's just unlucky. There are some that lead into like little caves and stuff as well. It's another one of those things that somebody out there that probably won't be me because I always forget to do it will track the locations of these and make a handy notes map for them or something. Because I actually think that just flying around, going in the rock walls might be a good way. Because usually, there's something in there. I don't know if it's going to be one of those things that what ends up being in there is so worth your while to just, you know, zip around and collect those and those only, or it's hard to tell. Oh, a windswept one. Oh, I don't have the overload ability yet. Oh well, sure. Screw that. Whoa, a primal one. That's annoying. That's annoying. These are super rare. Primal draconium one. Heated ore sample. Oh. Oh. You know why that's super interesting, don't you? Because that doesn't count towards your weekly quota. You have Dream Bloom petals and you have iridescent ore fragments. These are the two that count towards your normal quota. This heated ore sample, though, is a separate game. That makes primal nodes hot commodities. Not to mention it gave me 7 rousing fire. Okay, I've managed to pull a bunch of stuff. If I'm going to pull a bunch of stuff, I might as well pull a whole bunch of stuff. It's pretty much the consensus that Master of the Elements is the best gathering path. It's hard to say. It's the best if it's the one that people do the least. If it ends up being the one that everybody does, then maybe not. Welcome to the world of specializations, you know. I would kind of think that with the fact that almost all of the professions use a lot of rousing and awakened essences, that it makes sense. But that's also making the assumption that, you know, people pay a premium for them. It's really quite hard to tell. How will herbalism and mining how will dragon flying affect bots? Well, from what I can gather, it's going to make it much more difficult for the bots. I mean, the problem is you can never create a completely bot-proof system. But at the very least, dragon flying complicates the problem, right? It's not direct A to B flying, which is easy to code for and easy to program a pathing route for. Because it's not A to B flying, the bots are either going to chill on foot or have to figure out some magical way to overcome it, which will take time, probably. We hope. And the reality is, though, that you would just hope that Blizzard just, you know, do something to... You would hope that they do something to spot them and just ban them nice and quick. But the issue with bots has always been the fact that Blizzard doesn't... And this is a choice, by the way. Blizzard doesn't ban bots the second it spots them. It bans bots... This is like a tongue twister. Blizzard bans bots in waves. And it does it deliberately so that the people who make the bot programs have lesser of an idea to what it was that got them banned. Because if you know what got you banned, you can work on finding a solution. If you know less about what it was that got you banned, if you don't know why you got caught, you can it's harder to plan for that next time, if you get what I mean. So this is why Blizzard doesn't ban people instantly. Mantheus pretending to know jack shit about programming. I don't know anything about programming, if I'm honest. I know the fundamentals, and I know it's something that I don't understand. And by knowing that it's something I don't understand, it gives me the impression that it probably is quite a skilled activity. Titan touched. We like Titan touched. Somebody else is out here. Ubi this. No, I didn't mean to fly, you donkey. Not really. Fake it till you make it. Just Google it. Just Google it. If in doubt, Google it. So the good thing about coding is if you want to code it, somebody else probably already has. I reckon you could probably make 50k a year just Googling it. I reckon that that's a possibility. If you want it on Fiverr.com, offered out your coding expertise, and, you know, just took things that you think that you could easily Google. I reckon there's 50k a year in just Googling shit. Apologies if you're a coder making less than 50k that feels that they have a level of expertise in their craft, but I've just shat all over your chips. But I still think that there's an element of truth in that. It's another rock wall. These rock walls are all over the place. Hey, look, this one's got a full cave on it. Hardened draconium deposit. Rich draconium deposit. In the money. In the money. Fun fact, 86% of all stats are made up, and that's definitely one of them. Probably. So right now, we've unlocked mining something or other, specs. Now, I think that unlocking Mastering of the Elements so that you get the overload ability is the most sensible thing to unlock first. Because boom, hey presto, now we can overload shit. You'll get 50 points and 75 points before too long anyway. So overload, go. Boom! Overloaded a hardened node, which gave me mini nodes. Browsing ore, Tiravite. And now we can whack-a-doodle the actual thing itself. Bingo. I can't attack your one. There's often one at the top here as well. Not today, though. Wait, what? You can overload the ore with the herbo? No, I might have just misspoke. Now you got to find 10 more to reset the overload. Yeah, I think it's something like that. I haven't worked out exactly how many it is, but it does feel something in that ballpark that you need sort of a... Where's the overload ability gone? Where did it go? I need to put this somewhere on my bars where it doesn't disappear. That'll do for now. Browsing end of the seed. Oh, no, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's the risk of windswept nodes. That's also another anti-bot mechanic, quite clearly. Another thing that may or may not be counteracted by bots, but even if they do try to, it might take them longer. Okay, there's lots of mobs up here I don't want to be dealing with. Let's find somewhere else to pick our herbs from. No, there's far too many enemies around here. Spent forever farming rousing elementals from mobs in pretty much every spot at the Dragon Isles. They really do seem pretty easy to farm in decent quantities. I'd suspect that they're not going to be too difficult. But what I would suspect is that the demand of them early days from professions is going to be pretty high. And the first week especially, I can understand probably why you're trying to test it for the purpose of Dark Moon cards. I have a sneaky suspicion that they may change the materials needed in that pattern. Because, not that I have any belief that Blizzard watches any of my content, but I also quite clearly think that they might come to this same conclusion. That, hang on. Hang on. These Dark Moon cards are going to literally just absorb practically all of the materials. Now that's arguably not a bad thing, but they've clearly made efforts to make it so that the Dark Moon card business, should we call it, is not the, you know, as, whoa, what's going on here? What dismounted me there?
Greetings, stranger.
Something dismounted me there. Maybe I flew too close to the Flight Master. Yeah, they clearly don't want the Dark Moon cards to be quite as ridiculous as it is at the beginning of every expansion. But in that, you know, they also need to do something about that if that's their goal. Those windswept herbs are going to be the killer of me, I tell you. They just make the aces more frequent. Well, that's one thing I think they could very clearly do. And this is what's going to be probably quite hard to test from now on, because they're clearly not bothered about removing the vendors from people. The fact that we don't have test vendors now means we can't do much sort of spreadsheet mass production shenanigans. So we're kind of maybe going to have to rely on either the data that we already have and hope that it doesn't change, or relearn what we already know once the game goes live. I'd kind of hope that we'd get the profession vendors back before the game goes live, but I'm not going to hold my breath. This is why I was really quite keen to get like leveling guides and stuff done whilst we had the vendors, because I did suspect that Blizzard was going to steal them all again. And then they did, so... Oh shit, in the fire. I'm not going to touch Dark Moon cards, I have far more crazy plans. Well, I'm sure at the scale of which you can do things, then that makes a lot of sense. Most people use Dark Moon cards to make that, you know, easy gold at the start of the expansion to then just sit back and live off that for a while. Oh, is this the same? Oh, this is the same place. The wall just came back up again. Oh, okay. We've been in this cave. Okay, let's head further south. Let's head a little bit. Oh, Titan touched rich one though. Yoink. Can we overload again yet? No. No, clearly not. Did we unlock? Oh no, still only 20 points into herbalism. Says there's a herb around here somewhere. It's still further up. Something I just noticed, your bar changes as you approach the node. That's why your overload disappeared. I don't think it's changing as I approach the node. I think it's because it's a druid, and also when you go into dragon riding, it changes the bar. Unless you meant something different. Do you update TSM via Curse or via the app? 100% by the app. Do not. You want to actually disable Curse Forge from having anything to do with Tradescore Master. Having Curse Forge even know that you have Tradescore Master is not good. Because it will cause serious issues for you. They're definitely 110% the app. There we go. There's another petal. Oh, I guess we can learn the mining ones now. Let's put our seeds there as well. Rousing Frost, Rousing Earth, Rousing Order, Rousing Fire, Artisan's Metal. Anything else interesting? Not really. But you can probably see that now, obviously, when the game goes live, I might not be so lucky to find this many nodes because there'll be other people trying to do this. But I don't run out of vigor. Like, there's enough going on that if you're reasonable enough with your dragon riding, you don't run out of vigor. Vigor's not really an issue once you've maxed it. At least it's not, you know, at the moment. It might be in some of the other zones, but arguably the reason you'd run out of vigor is more to do with the fact that you're stop, start all the time. There we go. Now we've got our specs. We probably want to unlock that one first, once again, mastering the elements. Not put any points in it, mind, but just unlock it so that we can unlock it so we can get the overload ability. Is that a fishing net? That looks like a fishing net, but it doesn't have... Is this maybe because I've not... I'm going to mark that on my map. What was I calling... What did I use? Fishing net, lava fishing net. I used the gold coin thing. There's a fishing net there. I don't have fishing, so that's probably why it's... Yeah, it's called Tyran fishing. But, whoa, 9 terabyte. Oh, that was a good one. That was money in the bank. I tell you what, actually, pace-wise, this isn't bad leveling pace either. If you can find enough nodes, this is really not that bad leveling pace. I don't think it's competitive, but let's not forget we had about half a bar just by doing the intro quests. But another half a bar in half an hour. Half a bar in half an hour is like, let's say, an hour and a half per level. Is not far off what most people will be leveling at, speed-wise. You're not going to be setting any world records. But at the very same time, at least it's not going to take you 40 hours or something ridiculous. Without rested, too. With rested, it'd be really competitive, yeah. This is clearly how I'm going to level my druid. And if it's on a character to which you don't care too much about professions, and by that I mean that you don't have to worry too much about gaining reputation, then this isn't a bad way to level, you know. Make some fat stacks at the start of the expansion as well. Because it's usually balanced somewhere in the range that if you're just like somewhat casually playing, like, and let's say you're following Azeroth Autopilot, or you've got Zygo, or you know, you're following a leveling guide, you're probably going to be looking about an hour to an hour and a half per level. Is kind of the way that they like to pace things, and how I expect the pacing to probably end up being. Which, surprisingly, this is not that far off. Just herbing and mining. This is a draconium deposit. That's going to be up the top there, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. You're going to go for the quantity upgrades or the quality ones with your specs? I really haven't decided. Mainly because I think we were looking at this a little bit earlier, and it makes a lot of sense to me to not spend my spec points very quickly. I don't think you need to be very hasty spending your spec points. You can kind of let the market tell you what it needs. Because let's not forget, we're not really in a rush to spend them. And there's no undo button, so you do kind of want to make sure you put them in the right place. The example we used earlier is more from a crafted gear perspective than anything else, but looking at it to say, right, well, what work orders are there? What work orders seem to be sticky? What bits of gear and what items are people not able to make and fulfill work orders for? Maybe I'll, spend some spec points in those. Maybe I'll try and fulfill a few orders that, other people aren't. Kind of the same logic of that if everybody does the same thing, it's terrible for everybody sort of thing. Try and carve out your own little market. And that might end up being the most sensible way to do it. Because let's not forget, at the end of the day, give it 3 months, 6 months, however long it takes, there'll come a point where everybody has all of their spec trees maxed out. Or at least people who care about their professions and focus on it will have everything maxed out. So at that point, everybody's on a level playing field again. But on the journey there, what you're really trying to do is not do the most optimal thing, but you're trying to do the thing that the least other people are already doing. That's really your ticket to win with these spec trees. Find something that other people, find a market that's not being very well catered for, and go out and cater for it. Even if that ends up being something ridiculously random. There's especially with a region-wide auction house, if you find a commodity or, something that sells on the region-wide auction house that other people haven't really focused on, there's still tens of millions of gold that can be made. We're talking like this is what I don't think some people have really understood with 927 and the region-wide auction house. The amount of gold that can be made with commodities is gross. Actually disgusting. If you find yourself a little market. There are people out there that in past patches, for example, have had what we often refer to as a first-to-market advantage, being that they're the first person to be able to pick up a pattern, or the first person... Level 61, 38 minutes. First person to be able to pick up a pattern, the first person to have access to something. And those people made out like bandits. And that was in a scenario where you were dealing with just one realm. You know, just your realm. If you were lucky and you played on a big realm, then you probably cashed in pretty heavily. But now dealing with the region-wide, if you can be the first to market in a region-wide scenario, oh my god. The opportunities are monstrous. So this is where for the most part you do kind of have to think for yourself a little bit. Taking the guidance from others is wise, obviously, but understand what it is that will get you the success. Don't just try looking for the answers, if that makes sense. It's what a lot of my content, I try to teach people how to fish rather than give people a fish. That approach tends to get people further, I think. It may not give you the quick instant win, but that's the approach I try to take, at least anyway. Region-wide auction house commodities will be more expensive than ever with the way that the professions have been designed. Well, this is it. A lot of people, I think, will discredit and maybe even ignore the commodity market. Not ignore them, but they won't focus on them like they otherwise would have done. Because of that preconception that, oh, well, in 9.2.7, potions were dead. The region-wide auction house killed the potion market. Alchemy's dead. Region-wide auction, like enchants are dead, gems are dead. Now that's only because it's the end of the expansion. If it wasn't the end of the expansion, and let's not forget there's the complexity of quality, and all of the other. I keep using the word complexity. I shouldn't do. The layers of the different layers that are being added to crafting is going to make a big difference. This is why Dragonflight's going to be completely different to most expansions we've had before, which is why I'm really excited for it, because it's something new. Region-wide stuff, it'll probably end up being largely big risk, big rewards. Only one person can really benefit. By the time the others try to follow suit, it's already too late. That is true. That is true. And this is why I'm sort of pushing the idea of that people should just pick a profession or two and just do everything they possibly can to min-max on that one profession, or those two professions. Unless you're one of the very few people that can truly dedicate, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week to play the game at the beginning, your ability to min-max on more than a couple of professions just isn't going to be a thing. You'd be far, 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 far better off, focusing on one or two professions and doing everything you can with those than trying to spread yourself too far and wide. Spread yourself far and wide when, once the big hype is over. I'm not going to be killing mobs just for one thing. But like I said, this is just, one person's opinion. You do you. Where's the node? There's the node. Have we got our overload ability back yet? Yes, there we go. For anything regional, though, don't expect goblins to share their secrets this time. We're all competing in the same pool, so people will keep their ideas close to their chest. That's also very true. This is kind of the mentality, once again, of you are going to have to do a little bit of thinking for yourself, because, yeah, content creators, to the most part, are in it for a different reason, but you're not going to just casually read on a forum this time round what's going to be the most lucrative thing. For the fact that you tell one person, and then that very same one person... You know, there's practically only 2 realms going into Dragonflight. You've got NA and you've got EU. That's practically the 2 realms. Whereas before, you could kind of, you know, people would talk amongst themselves on forums and whatever and share ideas. There is going to be a lot less of that because of the region-wide auction house. Oh, it's a rock wall. Throw me $10 on PayPal and I'll tell you all of K-Chak's secrets. I don't even think K-Chak knows all his secrets yet. Yes, game, I have an unspent talent point I can see, thanks. Oh, it's not going to do anything until I actually do something with it. Alright, well, we'll put it there then. Go. What did it get me? Pulverize, whatever. Did I pause my timer? I didn't mean to pause my timer. Oh well. I can just do a slash played, I suppose, if I really care. Oh, what are you? Oh, you're a chest that I can't open. That's one of those magic bound chests which I can't open because I don't actually have... That's interesting. You would have assumed that they were not these ones. These things. The ability to open magic bound chests as long as you possess an enchanted lockpick purchasable from past... Oh, that would be why. I don't have me lockpick. Boo. Okay. Well, that's something I'm going to need to remember to do on alts then. Is to go to each of the... Well, specifically the Dragon Expedition fellas. Dragon Scale Expedition. First thing I should do is make a trip over there, buy some shovels, buy some lockpicks. Because you don't want to miss out on bonus goodies. Maybe we do that now. Make a beeline straight for it. Unless we see a draconium node, that is. Is there going to be regular flying at launch too? No, just dragon flying. Just dragon flying. I'm not even too sure, you know, if Blizzard have stated whether they're going to put regular flying in Dragon Isles or not. I can see this being the first expansion where we don't get regular flying at all. And I can start to see this be the beginning of the end of regular flying anyway. Blizzard have wanted to get flying out of the game for so many years now. Maybe now that they've introduced dragon riding, it gives them a ticket to get rid of regular. All right, where's Jeb? He's here.
Interested in a lesson or 3?
A lesson or 3, sure. Give me some shovels. 1, 2, 3, 4 shovels, lockpicks, 5 charges. That'll do. I should also remember that I don't have many Dragon Ale supplies on an alt, so I can't buy too much of this. Because I physically don't have it.
Keep a cool head.
Hello.
Now they've designed zones around flying, it makes a lot more sense. It's, well, this is one of the things they've always contested with. They've always contested with the fact that they don't want people to just zip about over the top of everything. And I think, for the most part, dragon riding's quite an elegant solution. Titan Touch Draconian one. Ooh, can we overload? No, annoying. It's quite an elegant solution because it's more skill-based flying. And it's not an unlimited... You can't just, you know, hover 500 feet in the air, you know. Meaning if you are going to AFK, you're AFK on the ground. There's no AFK in the air. Which is one of the big problems with flying. And why it, you know, removes a lot of the immersion factor of the game. And if you're anything like me that's not particularly good at dragon riding in the first place, you'll spend a lot more time on the ground. Yeah, the only reason why they haven't just, I think why they haven't just said, you know what, screw you flying, you're out of here, is for that one simple reason that, you know, flying mounts in the store have been a thing for a long time. And it's also a very good revenue generator for Blizzard. They're not going to just straight up take it away, but they might softly convert. It would not surprise me if at some point during Dragonflight, sorry, we see the first, because there's already game code to indicate that there is more dragon riding dragons than we have access to right now. Now, it doesn't take a genius to work out what they might do. 6-month sub, new dragon riding mount. That, you know, you can start to see where they're going with it. That they just slowly phase out regular flying in favour of dragon riding. Of which, come whatever we have past Dragon Isles, will no longer be called dragon riding. It will just be called flying 2.0. Where's the herb? Oh, there it is. There she blow. Will you do a 24-hour stream on Dragonflight release? Talking us through your major decisions along the way. It won't be 24 hours, but it'll be more sizable than normal. That's annoying as all hell. Porting me onto the... I flipping used an overload on this ability, and it takes me to the exact same pissing node. God damn. For Shadowlands launch, for example, I think we streamed for as long as it took us to level. However long that was. Which was about, I don't know, 12 hours, 13 hours, something like that. I'm not one for these big marathon streams. I stream for 3 to 4 hours a day, and by the end of it, my voice is going every day. It's because I don't shut up. I guess those people who stream 16 hours a day probably aren't talking for 16 hours. I, for some reason, have this desire to constantly be talking. Which means 4-5 hour streams I can manage, but much past that, I'm just like, no. Oh, there's our iridescent ore, look. So that must have been our last one. That was the one that's like, oi, by the way, you've picked up everything you can pick up this week. Which is odd, because we've only had 5 prior to that. That was our 6th one. Does that mean we only get 6 a week? Is that what we thought it was meant to be? You may discover 0 more samples this week. Okay, well, there we go. That said then, We did find this, though, a heated ore sample. Do we reckon the heated ore samples might end up being limited, or do we reckon these are farmable? Is that going to make primal node farming a thing? Because I got that from a primal node. And primal nodes are rare. Draconium deposits are rare upon the Dragon Isles, but they are often spotted in rugged or hard-to-reach locations. They're sometimes marked by the primal elements and may reveal additional rousing elements beyond what is normally discovered when mining. Mining specialized in primal nodes gain the following effect when mining. A cooldown reduction on overload increased by 30%. Specialist miners have a chance to deal bonus elemental damage with their spells and abilities, which lasts 2 minutes. Is this limit knowledge on every profession? Not so far, no. Although, yes and no. They make it very clear that it's a thing on the gathering ones. I've not looked into the crafting ones yet to see whether they strictly tell you how much you can get, but it is the same in terms of that there is a cap to how much knowledge you can acquire a week. Still zero news about white and grey items and transmog. To my understanding, we've not heard anything. That's another one of those things that I think they might just, that might slowly just be. I mean, that was never going to be a priority for them, was it? Let's be honest. No, I didn't mean to attack a lava slug, you donkey. Want to wait and watch player reaction on release to Dragonflight flying? Because for me, it's not as much fun. Not so much fun as add-on feature, or is it only me? I'm not quite sure what you mean there. Oh, you mean it's... Well, they are putting the hard sell on a lot of features. There is definitely the hard sell element on a lot of features in Dragonflight. I do think I share the opinion that they're going pretty heavy on these are new funky things in Dragonflight, and they're funky things if you care about them, like the crafting system. They're putting a lot of emphasis on crafting being like super new and super cool. But if you don't care about that sort of shit, you're going to very quickly ding 70 and be like, what am I doing? Like, where's me things to do? It's not so much of a case of that there's anything specific for people to complain about when it comes to Dragonflight. We certainly don't have like a Covenant ripcord situation on our hands. But we may have a bit of a Warlords of Draenor situation on our hands. Which would be really sad if it ends up that way. And for reference, what I mean by that is that Warlords of Draenor had a really fun leveling experience, assuming you could get your garrison on the go. But the problem Warlords of Draenor had was it didn't have anything to offer you much past leveling. They had a really cool leveling experience. It was the first time that they'd used this sort of scaling technology to its full effect. But much after that, it was like, yeah, okay, we've not got much for you now. What's going on in here, fellas? What are you doing to this proto-drake? Fucking animals. I was going to steal this chest and be on my way, though. But yeah, this is the thing for me. There's plenty enough content for me to be doing, but that's only on the basis that I care quite a lot, as you may be able to tell, about things like the professions. The players that, and this is why I'm so passionate at the moment about the work order system. I'm passionate about the work order system because if the work order system is dog shit, it showcases it's negative for the crafting system. Because you can't easily have one without the other. And if the work order system is shit, it'll mean less people care about all of the hard work they put into professions. And the less people that care about all of the hard work they put into the professions, the less there's going to be for people to care about when they ding 70. Because it's hard to deny that most of the end game content it revolves around collection of reputation with the major factions, with one of the key selling points being that they hold all of the profession recipes. You start to see how it all ties in. And if you start to not care about one thing particularly, because there's a system in place that's dog shit, it has knock-on effects. Knock-on effects which aren't very good. So I really don't want the work order system to be dog shit. And my sleeping dog agrees. What's this? 20 minutes, 2 bars. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. At this pace, with no rested experience, without war mode, you're still looking at less than 2 hours per level via gathering. That's not quick. It's not competitive leveling speed. But on the basis that you'll probably be making somewhere in the region of, let's just call it 50k an hour by doing it. If you can make 500,000 gold just leveling a character from 60 to 70 with herbalism and mining, that's a win in my books. That's a big win. That's a big, big win. Because 500,000 gold will get you a long way. It'll get you a long way indeed. 10 hours, very well spent, I feel. And let's not forget, you'll have a level 70 on to play with after doing it as well. Okay, I think it becomes very clear to me that this druid is going to be my second character to 70 for that exact reason. That level the main character to 70, do what we can do on that character, and in between getting bored of rep grinding. Now she's growling in her sleep. In between getting bored of rep grinding, jump on the druid, do some farming, make some gold, get some levels. It's all looking pretty good. It's pretty good. But boys and girls, I'm hungry. I need me some food, so I'm going to leave it there for today. Thank you all for joining. I hope you enjoyed. It didn't feel like we did a lot today, although it definitely feels like I've done a lot of talking. We checked out the WoW economy report, bitched and moaned about work orders some more. That's going to be a bit of a habit, I think, until we see it. And I really hope that when we see it, I will have no reason to continue bitching and moaning about it. But I'm not hopeful. Call me cynical in this regard, but I'm worried about these work orders. I'm worried they're going to be dog shit. But anyway, let's see. Do you have to have one character finish the main quests on an alt before you can level this way? In theory, no, but you definitely don't want to do this on your main character. You don't want to do this first because, yes, you are going to need to finish all of the campaign on one character to unlock things like world quests. Now, I've already done that on the beta on one character, which is why I can do this. But this is a leveling path for an alt. This is not something I'd recommend doing on a main. Obviously, your main can take herbalism and mining. I'm not saying don't do that, but you are going to still want to focus on completing the campaign and doing all of the side quests and unlocking everything that way. But yeah. Anyway, boys and girls, I'm going to love you and leave you. Hit the follow button if you haven't. A bunch of people have followed today, actually, which is really nice to see. And we've had a few subs come in as well, which is always nice. Check us out over on Discord. The conversation is always going on, very heavily focused towards Dragonflight at the moment, obviously. Wild Gumdrops appears towards the end as well. It must be lunchtime then. That's why I'm hungry. Welcome in, Gumdrops. Hope you're well. But we'll be back again probably tomorrow. I've been taking Tuesday, or I want to start taking Tuesdays as a video day. You may have noticed that I have this weird imbalance between when I stream, I don't do so good at making videos, and when I'm not streaming, I usually make videos, and I'm not good at good at doing both. So we might do some videos tomorrow, and then we'll be back on Wednesday. If not, I'll see you tomorrow. Who knows? Keep your eyes peeled in the Discord. Follow us on Twitter. Come say hi on YouTube. All of the social things. Press all of the buttons. Can you tell I'm not very good at this shameless promo part? I never have been. But anyway, enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Have a good one. And I'll see you all next time. Peace.